Q, we ain't gonna keep doing this. I'm right on time. I'm still about 85% black. So I got about a 15% error. So I can be at least within 7 minutes of start time and be on time. I can. And Q, there's no sound because it's muted. So that I don't say something crazy while I'm playing these thoughts in my head. Because y'all know how y'all clip everything. Y'all clip everything. But what's going on? What's going on? We back. We back. We back. That's why I rock with white folks. Me too, Q. Listen, I love white people. I pretty much love all people for the most part. I ain't gonna lie. So, a win is a win. Hey, Cheeky, I need that ASAP. A win is a win. What's going on, though? What's going on? Spence, what up? Kojak, what up? What up? Is Sherelle here? Sherelle is here. I know Sherelle's somewhere lurking in that chat. I'm not about to scroll up and down. Big Bad Bull, what up? What's going on? What's going on? It is, what is time? Is it 6:24 on the West Coast? And I know what you're wondering. Aaron, what happened to the women in this space? There used to be females that rock with you. Like there's Brittany B, Love C, B Rose, and Fancy. What you do to them? Everybody that rock with me still rock with me. So Brittany, that's my sister. She good. Love C, that's my sis too. I don't know what's up with B Rose. I'm not gonna lie. B Rose ain't been around, so I'm not gonna presume anything. So I hope she's in good health and in good spirit, and she'll come around when she come around. And Miss, you talk about Nurse Fancy. Well, she got married, and the rest is history. But she be lurking. Shout out to Mrs. Nurse Fancy. But yeah, the same women that rock with me still rock with me. So it is what it is. But that's crazy. You feel like that. That's crazy. You feel like that. It's a small congested space. So let me adjust my lighting. So it may look like, but they be all over the place. They be at other shows and things like that. And so I don't be tripping. I want everybody to be where they want to be at. Some shows better than other shows. Some topics is boring, etc. So they around. But it's funny you said that. But yeah. So thank you to everybody that has been reaching out and been inquiring about my health. I am in good health. A couple people been hitting me, checking on me day by day, very serious. They won't let a day go by, and I don't like to be babied. So, but I do appreciate the thoughts. I'm not 100% back, but y'all know me. I don't like not working. I don't like putting in work. I don't like not grinding. So I'm about 85%. And so for me, that's a go. That's green light. That's go. That's get back to what we do. Everybody been doing what they doing, but we got to get back to what we do. So shout out to everybody. What's going on, Jay? Jay is nothing but a troublemaker. I'm going to ignore her in the chat. She is a troublemaker. But yeah, I took I took Monday, Tuesday off just to rest I don't know what to call it, my vocals, my esophagus, things that contribute to my ability to project. I took a few days off, and I even actually stepped off the damn internet, to be honest with you. I ain't want to talk to nobody. I just really, because people, they'll encourage me to get on a panel and things like that. So I chilled. I got off the internet. Q, why do you troll so much? I got off the internet and I just chilled. I sat back, I read, I'm reading up on the banking, what's going on with the banking. I'm looking in the auto industry for consolidation and things and changing there, how they present to the consumers, products, etc., markets, Europe, etc., things like that. So I've just been chilling. I've been reading up on that, making sure I stay up to date, and I was letting everybody do what they do. It was killing me because I don't like to take days off, but I had to do it. I had to do it. My sis Sherelle was stressing me out. You need to stop. You need to stop. So I said, I'm gonna chill because the women in your life trying to prolong your life. That's what they say. And so there's some truth to that. Q, I ain't missed nothing. I hope, yeah. I mean, knowing you saying that, you probably done something. But so I had a few days off just to relax and get my body right, my mind right, this YouTube space stuff civilized, right? And then get back to doing what we do. So the other show that I run, there is no off days for me, unfortunately. It's what I have to do. It's what my commitment is. So I have to grind and push through it. But this particular show, this show is just my own show, so I can push it off, and I don't have to stream here. But when it comes to that other show, that's my priority. So I make sure that I never cheat the people. I make sure I always show up, and I try to stay consistent because I know people, they watch your work ethic. They watch your consistency. They watch your dedication, and also it's just something that's always been in me. I don't like taking time off of work personally in real life, what y'all call it. I like to work. I usually work even when I'm sick. It's just normally when I'm sick, it's just my energy levels is low. I don't normally have like a cough or anything like that, but I will admit, uh Kazi, shout out to your husband. Tell him I appreciate the kind thoughts. I am back, but I have to listen to my body because I won't be able to do my priority if I don't. And I'm logical. I'm logical at best. So I did just decide that, you know me, I don't need to do it. I'm a chill. And that's what I did. I relaxed. They also watch your body. So I just was chilling and let everybody else do what they do. So I'm good. I'm about 85%, but y'all know how we do. That's enough for me. And we back at it. We back at it. For all the people that love me, take your time because you're probably gonna hate me. It's a good chance some of the things I say causes frustration, issues, things like that. And some of the things I say don't. We'll see where this line goes, right? But I hope everybody's in good spirits. I hope everybody's have been enjoying my time off. I hope you guys been able to concentrate on other content creators that you guys enjoy, because I know there's always a battle for I guess airtime. I don't really think about it like that, but everybody that you guys like and enjoy, they have channels. Uh, and some of my favorite people that I like to watch. Right now, that just happened to be Cheeky Banner. He happens to be my favorite content creator that's in our space, in our small area that we do. Outside from the big guys, I'm not gonna mention people with 100,000 subscribers. Y'all got the market. But and he's been taking time off, so it is what it is. I appreciate you, Mr. Ray, but it is what it is. Sometimes you sit back and you can refocus. You want to know what I've been doing outside of reading about the banking sector, banking systems, the auto industry, and things like that. Anything in those areas. I've been reading up on the snack industry as well. They're kind of centered a certain way, depending on how you structure it. Just because I know how they monopolize the game and how inflation works with certain consumer goods. So Aaron O sounds sick. No, I'm good. I have a little bit, but 85% I'm locked and loaded. So that's what I've been doing. And then also the fun part, which I don't often get to do, is I've been catching up on a few of my shows that I watch. I don't watch TV, but I'll go to a show that I like to watch, and I just somewhat a binge watch it if I have some time. And my favorite show on TV happens to be The Blacklist. That's my favorite show, and I caught up on that, so I'm good to go there. It's getting better and better. I like watching shows that I can predict. I'm an anticipator, so it helps me go, okay, this person. It helps keep my mind sharp, right? So I caught up on Blacklist. I like military shows. I haven't really found one that I really, really love since dang, I can't remember the name of it right now. There's a few military shows that I like right now. Who is Raymond? It depends, Sherelle. It depends. We don't know what those bones really represent, but right now I'm just watching SEAL Team. I just like military shows. So I caught up on that a little bit. I watch FBI. There's just two different FBI shows that I watch. 24, you like 24 is probably the best show ever made. Best show ever made outside of probably The Wire if you black. So, but outside of that, I don't watch a lot of shows. So once the shows that I watch are done, I'm done. I have to go back to reading non-fun articles about business and things like that. And then of course, I get back to doing my YouTube, my shows here, and that's kind of the cycle. I don't even get to spend a lot of time with family. When you concentrate on work in real life, work on the internet, there's not a lot of time for anything outside of that. So the upside of having no children means I don't feel as bad by not focusing time on them. So it is what it is. I'm going to enjoy that time that I have. Shout out to Gore. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, recovery, it's always en route. They can't keep me down forever. They can't keep me down forever. And I was being hard-headed. It's true. Because I didn't want to take a day off. I don't like to let up. I've been trying to, if you guys watch, I wasn't doing as many shows on my other channel. So I've tried to be even more consistent here. Just because there's a lot of content creators in this space. There's a lot of competition as far as consistency and airtime, but I know everybody likes the content that they like. So I've been trying to be more consistent, but my other show takes so much out of me, so many hours, so much work into curating that environment. So it's been tough, but I'm back and we're going to get into what we get into. So I appreciate everybody that's here. What's going on, Reese? Reese is a troublemaker too. Nothing but trouble. But yeah, I'm locked and loaded, ready to go. So what we going to talk about today? He's talking like he had a press conference. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, because I've been gone for a minute. YouTube time, 24-hour news cycle. I've been gone for a minute. So fair enough. I sound like I'm at a, would you say, I think you said a press conference, but I tired with this show just for the people before they go off on me. Ghirardelli chocolate based in the Bay. Is it based in the Bay? We have a lot of Ghirardellis out here. That's true. I don't know if it's based in the Bay. It might be because we do have a lot of them out here. I do know some people that work there. I was cool with a couple managers there, but I don't really eat candy. So, I mean, they would always offer things like that, but I would always turn it down. But they might be based out here. I don't know. But I do know a lot of people that are in these businesses, managers, DMs, and all those type of stuff. So I it's a lot of love out here in the Bay. I've been watching Netflix, taking small breaks for stay on Netflix, Jay. Stay on Netflix. It's safe over there. It's safe over there. But this particular show that we're going to talk about today, this is not the most comprehensive, thought out process. That's why we just going into the mind today. So don't look at this as something that's so devastating of a viewpoint, right? It's just a perspective. What's going on, Renee? How you doing? I appreciate you for being here. It means a lot. But I named the title The False Equilibrium. And we'll get into why I named it that in a moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video for you guys that I want to break down with you guys and just listen to, because I think it's interesting to listen to other content creators, other people that don't necessarily look like us, but that cover similar things, so you guys can see a broader scale. You know what I mean? So thank you, DeSosa. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. So that so you guys can see that these conflicts, these perspectives is not just the black man's, the white man's, whatever, etc. But there are a lot of people impacted by these conversations. And it's our job, in my opinion, to push conversations and then also challenge things. I'm not promoting diversity. Well, possibly. I possibly will be promoting diversity. It depends on your perspective of what that is, right? So I will get into my monologue, but I will get into that after we play the video together because I want to tie everything in. So we get from point A together and then we rush to point B. So let me see here. Do I have the video? I better have a video. Are people gonna be like, struggle streaming? You struggle streaming. I possibly might be. And for the ladies, I know you guys are gonna be poking at me. So if any of my ladies are in here that are very strong opinions, strong-minded, just have open hearts today, right? Because we're gonna Q, stop trolling me. We're gonna go down this line. And listen, you do not try to put me on what happened the last few days. I don't want to know. I've been avoiding you people for good reasons. Because you're toxic, right? And I'm not over on the Toxic Avenger Network right now. So it's gonna be fun. So this particular let me see, it's not too long actually. So there's actually two videos that I wanted to talk about, but I wanted to simplify the conversation, so I don't want to go into both of them. So I'm going to start with this one, and if I'm able to spin off the other one, I will, but I don't believe they will be for this particular conversation. Let me make sure I'm logged into my premium account. I ain't got time for all these, advertising to pop up. Oh, there we go. Now here we have, right, a young man who have been doing a few interviews, and he have conversations. And this video, I guess how this YouTube algorithm stuff work, it just pop up on your dang feed or whatever, which is good for me because then I can listen to somebody else and go, okay. And so I watched a little bit of the video and I said, okay, I'm gonna stop here, we're gonna play it and we'll go through it together. Because here we have I want to say her hair color magenta. Maybe that's like magenta or pink or something like that. So you kind of know what you're going to get when you're dealing with somebody that has like pinkish, purplish, magenta type style hair with glasses on. It's about to go down. And the thing I like about this brother is he looks so non-threatening, right? He looks so down to earth, so kind, so caring, right? Which will knock your guard all the way off. So Fantasy Island Girl says lavender. Fair enough. I like the accuracy in your color depiction. So we're going to go with lavender. We're going to go with lavender. So we're going to get into the video and then we'll break it down the way that we break it down, the only way that we can do it.
Are men trash?
Oh, cis, heterosexual men, absolutely, especially white men.
What rights do you...
Oh, no. I got to rewind it. Did she really start the video off like that? I didn't even know she said that. Did she really? Hold on.
Are men trash?
Oh, cis, heterosexual men, absolutely, especially white men.
What?
Yeah, she did. She said that. Okay. Yeah, she jumped right into it. So I want you guys to realize, one, she is very, very comfortable saying that, by the way. And I want you guys to notice there is an attack on heterosexual men specifically, right? I happen to be one. I know a lot of other guys in this space happen to be some as well. Now, she said white men specifically, right? But we all know when a woman gets in conflict with a guy, she's going to revert back to your man if she don't like what you said. So regardless if you're white, black, it don't matter. If you're a man and you say something she does not like, she's going to revert back to, because you're a man, patriarchy, all that good stuff. But notice the comfort that she says that in, right? The comfort that comes with that. Insane. But it is what it is. It's the world that we live in.
Rights do you think that men have that women don't today?
A woman can still walk a street and not feel protected versus a man can.
Women are probably like underrepresented.
It started off with great intent, but you have people who abuse the system.
A hatred of masculine energy.
It's like anti-men.
Today,
see, the one thing I love about this video is that you guys get to see. Oh, fantasy, you can try. You can try, but I'm the right guy. There are a lot of guys that come up here and they're very impulsive and they're not able to express themselves. And you guys, a lot of women, you know, with your PhDs and degree after degree after degree, you tend to get those brothers a little choked up a little bit. But you want to have those conversations, we can do that. But what you notice is, you notice that last guy said some form of there's a dislike, there's a hatred of men, right? Interesting enough. Now, his initial question was this: is there any laws afforded to women that men have exclusively to them that they don't have? And she said something, and this is, ladies, I'm gonna listen. I use these videos to highlight things so I don't have to use you to highlight things, right? So that way you guys can feel safe in the chat, hiding out behind your avatars, and you don't have to stand toe-to-toe with these words because these words are powerful in a lot of ways. And so I understand that there's sometimes a fear to approach these conversations because a lot of times people have narratives, people have motives, and people, unlike me and Cheeky personally, that I've noticed, and there's some other people, but I'm going to say me and Cheeky because that's who I'm really, really cool with when it comes to these particular style of conversations. They're not really trying to have the conversation. What they're trying to do is fight against the other side, right? So it's cool. We like it. It's fun. But I hate to tell you, she answered a woman walking down the street and she feels unsafe. It's not a law. There's nothing we can do about you walking down the street and you feeling unsafe. I hate to tell you, but men walk down the street and they feel unsafe too. So I don't know what world you live in where you just walk around and you get to feel safe. Nobody really gets to do that unless you are just like a massively strong, insanely, like much larger size man than anything, to where you just walk around where there's not much. If you're 6'6", 6'8", 6'9", your basketball height, and you walk down the street normally and you work out, you probably don't have much fear. But most men are cautious and know that this is dangerous out here. So I hate to tell you that's not a right, but what should I expect from someone that thinks the way that they think? What should I expect?
hey, I'm out here and I'm asking, is feminism still relevant in today's society?
Yeah, absolutely. If anything, it's more relevant now than it ever was.
Yeah, I would say feminism is still relevant today. You know, we built this country, men, but women at the same time got to supply more men, right? With no women, the world doesn't go round.
If you look at like domestic abuse, for instance, we know that it happens to people of all genders, but it
doesn't go round.
if you look at like domestic abuse, for instance, we know that it happens.
Sorry, I just want to give you guys a chance to read over that graph. Well, I shouldn't say it's a graph, but the stats that they put up so that we can view it and you can view it. So that's why I paused it, just so you guys can view it.
Happens to people of all genders, but it seems to be like disproportionately like affecting women.
Is feminism still relevant in today's society?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. They put up a lot of bullshit. They pull up with sexual harassment. They put up with a whole lot of bullshit that us men just don't have to deal with.
Of course it's relevant. Throughout history, women have been discriminated against.
It is, but I think it's changed a lot. Feminism started out as women's rights, and now it has skewed into something entirely different than what it was.
Are we going too far? Did we do this and all the rest of that instead of being angry?
Now it's morphed into something that's more preaching like a superiority over men kind of stance. Like I work with some people who would consider themselves heavy feminists, and they are constantly dogging on men, and they openly say, I hate men. I would say that as long as men are alive, feminism is always going to be relevant.
Why?
Because men.
It's like today we're more
You see the stuff that we have to hear, right? As long as men are alive, I feel like it's always going to be relevant. Now, I'm not saying that you can't just say any random thing, because say whatever comes to your heart. But she said, as long as men are alive, instead of saying as long as men are around, as long as we share the earth, she said as long as men are alive. What's the opposite of alive? Don't answer that. Boy, I tell you. Yo, boy, I'm letting y'all listen so y'all don't have to hear my insight too much on it so y'all can think, but I can't stop laughing at some of these thoughts. I can't. And shout out to this guy. I don't know who he is. The videos randomly, it helps me maintain unbiased views and be neutral, because I don't personally have any relationship with this video, this guy, etc. I just popped up. I saw a few minutes of it. I said, oh, okay, we're going to play that. We're going to see where it go from there. Because y'all know we live. So, I mean, we make it up on the go anyway.
Polarized than ever before. And if men and women can't get along, it can only hurt society.
There are some radical feminists who generally think
they consider us a hate group.
The patriarchy.
But in today's lack of nuance, is it considered sexist to even question the topic? And if I had to be honest with myself, could I do it without my own bias? I guess we gonna see. What rights do men have today that women don't?
Oh, let's go down the list.
A woman can still walk a street and not feel protected versus a man can.
I think we all have equality when it comes to laws.
Men are able to walk out maybe in whatever they want to wear, or, be able to stand strong through societal pressure.
I feel like women take a lot of precautions just by being a woman themselves,
Statistically, just going into like a corporate setting, if you look at how women are rated on performance reviews versus men, the language that's used, assertive versus bossy, or kind of the dynamic of how individuals are interacting in the workplace, I do think that there are societal norms that place women at a disadvantage. Absolutely.
I think for instance, for pregnancy, right? There's no law saying employers can't fire you if you're pregnant, or abortion, for instance. That's a law.
Calling all PhDs, calling all the women in my chat that have second level, third level, 5 levels, 17th level education. There are no laws that says you can't fire someone because they're pregnant. Yes, there are. What are you talking about? Tons of laws. You cannot fire somebody just because they're pregnant. What are you talking about? I could be wrong. Matter of fact, I hope I am wrong. Please give people the power to fire you just because you're pregnant. This is why having these conversations. This is why, no, it ain't just Switzerland, so don't trust me. I'm in California. There is no state more worker friendly than California. We will allow immigrants to come here. They get certain protections of the laws more than almost any other state for sure. She don't know what she's talking about. And she looked like she even on a college campus, but listen, I don't know much because I ain't graduated from college like the rest of you smart, rich people. So it is what it is. I'm going to just take her word for it. But I did not know that you could just get fired because you're pregnant. I didn't know that, but I'm here to learn. This is the tip of my thoughts. Let us learn.
Law that only affects women, right?
But don't you think that's just kind of explained by biological differences?
But why does that justify making a law anyway that literally discriminates women?
And so biological differences lead to different treatments and reality. And so I wanted to take a different view on this topic of equality. Do you think today that women have certain privileges that men don't have?
Yeah, part of that goes into being able to say certain things that, men would get scolded for.
They can just talk completely out of their ass freely. You're not allowed to say nothing back.
Do you think, let's say, do men have problems that, let's say, that women don't experience? For example, in statistics, men have higher rates of suicide, and, obviously men die more when it comes to wars.
Women can go to war.
Yeah, but how about
Women can go to war.
it's true. Who's overwhelmingly going to war and dying in wars?
Men. I'm not gonna argue that.
I mean, I feel like the war thing is a little hard to get into just because for the majority, men are going to war. It's not really women going to war, so of course more men die.
Why do you think that is?
I feel like that's just because it's kind of like the roles that society portrayed forever ago. Men are warriors and men are the ones that are fighting, and then women are
Do you think more women should go into war then?
Absolutely not. No woman should ever go into any military.
But wouldn't that be going against equality if you're barring women from going in the military then?
Well, I'm not saying barring, but I'm saying like I feel like as a woman you should know that you're not going to be putting yourself in a healthy situation going into the military, because like it's harder to be a woman in the military than it is to be a man.
I think that feminism is also, it's almost an excuse for behavior, flashing your tits or something like that, you know, behaviors like that. Like, but if a guy wanted to pull just his balls out, you know, it would be a little less socially accepted for sure. So
And I agree with that.
yeah.
Do you think in this sense that men have less privilege today than women?
Privilege is all kind of like how you look at it, what you're looking for. I think I'm pretty privileged. A lot of black people probably gonna say they're privileged, so that's kind of how I look at it. We need to just stop looking and thinking everybody got greener grass and kind of just accept the fact we're not in a third world country, you know, with Russia invading us or some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, life ain't that bad. It's 78, sunny out. Chill the fuck out.
And you're high as shit right now, aren't you?
I'm cooked. Thank you.
Now, I don't know what to exactly make of what I'm about to explain to you next, but it may explain what's happening with society today. An experiment called Universe 25 created a mice paradise with an abundance of food and water. The aim was to study behavior over a time period in an attempt to explain human societies. And it was all good, but after 315 days, something unexpected happened. The population reached 600 and a hierarchy was formed with larger rodents starting to attack and cause male rodents to collapse psychologically.
So this is an interesting study, right? Kind of shows, you know how they talk about like in the projects, everybody was pushed all together and all the crime there. It's basically studies breaking down how you put all these mice, rats, whatever you want to call them, concentrated area, tons of reproduction. And over time, because there's an abundance of people there, they start to separate themselves in hierarchy, some based upon size, aggression, etc. Right? I'm sure there's some common knowledge which we can take, which in the animal world and place them on humans to a certain degree. It's an interesting study. It's a very consistent study as well, as they've done it many times. Some of this stuff is applicable to our everyday life in a lot of ways. You take it how you want to see it. We do have hierarchies by default. People concede to certain people and people are more aggressive to other people, et cetera, et cetera. It's life. Sometimes it just feels better when we don't use you as a person to make our point, as opposed to using an animal to where you don't have such an attachment, and we use animals that y'all think are worthless as opposed to dogs, right? Because we did this with dogs, it probably wouldn't go that well. Let's just be honest. But since we use these animals, our hierarchy says these animals don't really matter. New York City has the most, and they're gaining more and more by the day. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Those conditions, social behavior broke down.
This led to a new class of males called beautiful males who only care for food and sleep, and isolated aggressive females who didn't want to reproduce. And eventually, society collapsed because of the lack of reproduction, lack of care for their young. And the scary part is that after repeating this experiment 25 times, the same results were observed over and over again. A viral Facebook post drew parallels to today's society with weak feminized men with no protection instincts and overly aggressive females with no maternal instincts.
We need to kill all men.
It's a bit of a stretch, but is it possible that that's what's happening in the West today? Is the negative reaction of feminism coming from the fact that not only are women struggling, but also men? Let's take a closer look and see what this really means. May I ask you, like, what are some examples of misogyny that you faced?
Oh, let's see. I went through there was one time, I'm a psychology major. We were tasked with counting how many times we got.
Oh, I love when they throw their major in there. Oh, I study psychology. We don't care. We don't care. If you study psychology, right, and you're so you're sorry, like you're so well understood in the areas of the mind and all this stuff, right? You should be able to use your psychology to form great relationships with people because you understand people. Isn't that fair to say? I think it's pretty fair to say, but I guess what we're going to say is probably not going to happen. But can we just be honest? Probably not going to happen. When I hear somebody say, I'm a psychology major or I got my degree in psychology, I'm thinking they're very much adroit in that area. I'm thinking I'm about to hear something phenomenal, come out of their mind. I'm about to be impressed. And then they just tell us why everybody should get a damn degree. They should just start giving them out again because they let people like this say these type of stuff. CC, I'm not hating at all. If you listen, I know a bunch of I know a good amount of psychiatrists, ones that actually can prescribe as opposed to the therapists and the therapy people. And I'm just saying, when you say these things, you better be on point. All I ask is if you make a claim about, because we didn't care. You didn't throw none of your accolades when you answered the other questions about the more laws that men have than women when you said walking down the street and feeling safe. So I know that college degree is not helping you in the legal area. It's not helping. So I'm wondering, maybe it will help psychology of people, will help you with relationships with people. But when you answer these questions, right? Like, let me just be honest, right? Let me talk just for a moment. We'll get right back to the video. There's a certain level of self-awareness that I talk about, right? It's a very attractive thing in women, okay? When I notice a woman has a high level of self-awareness, it attracts me. Even if she's not the most attractive physically, right? I'm just attracted by that aspect because most women do tend to lack it, actually. And in that moment, when you say I'm a psychology major, yada, 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 you should know that the next thing that come out of your mouth better be shown why you telling us that should matter. You should be able to tell us why that should matter, and it should sound in a way that we can receive it because you have all this psychology just stuff. That's all I ask. If that's what you do, make it make sense, okay? You should have phenomenal relationships with people because the second you break somebody down, you know exactly how they think, you know the psychology of people. It should be easy to form relationships. She sounds like she's single, but that's just me jumping to conclusions. But these are my inner thoughts. I say what I want.
Got catcalled. I realized every time during that month I went to a gas station at nighttime, I got catcalled.
I've seen some of my guy friends literally make 30 grand more than some of my girlfriends just because they're men.
But let's say that the pay gap does exist. Why wouldn't firms just hire women then?
They have to find probably quotas at this point.
Do you think there's quotas for men?
No, probably not.
There's a lot.
I have had enough of women claiming that they just give $30,000 more just because somebody's a man. No, they don't. I'm a man, and nobody ever walked up to me and said, hey, I heard you're a man. Here's $30,000. Never happened. Been a man for a very, very long time. Never happened. Every single man in this chat right now will tell you they ain't never, ever got walked up to and said, hey, are you a man? Here's an extra $30,000 because I don't like women. I hate to tell you, that ain't how it works. And let me just give you a secret, okay? Let me give you a secret. Men don't actually like to give money away. They don't like to do it, right? They don't like to do it, okay? Let's just be honest. If you in business, and a lot of us are, we work for somebody, we in a form of a business, right? You can understand different areas of it, right? They don't want to give us more money, but if we earn it, if we're valuable enough, they gonna give it. So nobody just gave a man 30. He's really good at his job is why they gave him $30,000. Come on now. Unless you talk about the CEO's son or something like that, stop it. Ain't nobody giving 30 grand away just because somebody a man. That is ridiculous. But because you're a woman, you can say whatever you want and get away with it. Because who's going to challenge you? Oh, I'll try.
Lot more men in power in the top 1%. A lot of the women are the ones left in the dust.
There's definitely, like, in the top 1%, I think there's definitely more men for sure. But let's say, like, in the bottom, right? Like, most suicides are men. You know, most people with depression are men. Do we sometimes ignore that to maybe showcase disparities where it might not exist?
Yes, men do have a disadvantage at that point.
So is it fair to say then that both genders at this point maybe have disadvantages in certain situations, but when it comes to the law, they're pretty equal and even opportunities?
Yes, it does have that societal influence more from a social standpoint. It's not necessarily what is placed in the law, but it has everything to do with how people interpret the law for themselves. With women, it's you have to jump through all these barriers in order to even be elected in office.
However, I did
I'm trying to get through this, guys, but when you start saying anything, when it's women, you have to jump through all these barriers just to get elected in office. If Aaron O from the Aaron O show tries to run for president, guess what? It's going to be a lot of barriers and loopholes I'm going to have to run through. They're going to say, hey, sir, you're going to lose some points in the poll because of this. These are barriers for you. Everybody has barriers. What are you talking about? And you know why I really, really hate this political aspect? Because the majority of voters in the United States are women. The large majority of voters are women. And you know what they're going to say? Well, the women are brainwashed by the men to not vote for other women. Well, if we so good at brainwashing you, we want to shut the rest of you up too. How do we brainwash you? Because somehow you just so much more intelligent than the other women on the planet. We couldn't brainwash you, but we brainwashed them. That's why I hate that conversation. The majority of voters in America are women. It's the women. Stop this. Stop these lies. If you make them jump through loopholes, it's because of you. Because you could just vote for them because they're a woman if you want to. Nobody can stop you from doing that. Nobody.
Here, though, like for every male college grad, there's 2 women college grads. And I believe most college students are actually women. So I guess what would you say to that?
I know that women are probably like underrepresented in like the military or in trade school. So men might find more interest in doing that instead of like getting a bachelor's. So like that's like a whole career path that like women really aren't being encouraged to do as much.
I mean, I guess.
Now, I'll be honest. I really liked her answer. I really, really did. I actually find that to be a really thoughtful answer, something that's well probably rehearsed when she said that a lot of men are overrepresented or more represented in military, where women are now overly represented in college degrees and some other. And even if you look at income, they're starting at a faster rates and getting more money than men. If you really pay, I've broken it down on other shows when we talk about millennial women and women under that, they're starting to outpace men because more of them have degrees, etc. Right? So, but I liked her answer compared that men might not see as value in certain things and women see different values. But they always do that but at the end, which was because women are not encouraged. Women are not encouraged to join the military. I wonder why. You know what? Men are not encouraged to be strippers either. Men are not encouraged to do that. Men are not encouraged to do that. I wonder why. You know how many men don't cry about that? Oh, we weren't encouraged to be at the strip club. We weren't encouraged by that. You know why? Because we accept that it's a possibility that our value may not be best suited there solely based upon the fact that men just don't have value in those spaces. And we accept it. That's why we don't argue or fight for that. People didn't push that off on us. Just being honest. Now, it is what it is. If you say that they're not pushing for women to join the military, I call it cap, but I think college is easier. You just got to read, do some projects. You ain't got to worry about dying. I think majority of women don't want to die. I think the majority of women aren't willing to die for men. They think it's a man's job to die for a woman. Let me not get into my soliloquy right now. Let's just push through the video before I go off, before I do that. Okay, we back.
Would you say that there's probably different interests in general between the genders?
Now there's like much more of a push to get women to STEM. So there's like more of that. But when I was younger, there wasn't really that going on.
So it does raise the question, does feminism account for the advancements made, or will they have happened regardless? And if so, is feminism more important than ever to preserve progress and also to prevent regression towards inequality?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it should remain. Originally, it's not a toxic thing. Again, what modern society has morphed it into, especially, things like social media, it has turned it into more of a superiority kind of cloak than it is actually pushing equal rights.
So it did make me think, are we at a point now where there's actually male inequality in the West? And in a video titled exactly that seems to be the case.
My latest book is Of Boys and Men, Why the Modern Male is Struggling and What to Do About it.
But is he just one of those red-pilled, misogynistic, cisgendered anti-feminists? What he found through his research is that women are leaving men behind in advanced metrics like education and the workforce. In the 70s, Title IX was implemented to close a 13% gap in college degrees between men and women, but now there's a 15% gap in favor of women with degrees. And so today, there's evidence that there's inequality on both sides. And as feminism has pushed more representation for women in STEM, we're not seeing similar efforts for men in female-dominated professions like HEAL or health, education, administration, and literacy. And with blue-collar jobs disappearing, men need jobs. And the thing is, there's availability. For every one STEM job, there's 3 HEAL jobs. But currently, only 26 of those positions are filled by men, whereas 27% of STEM positions are filled by women. So the more controversial a topic, the more we need to look at the nuance. But today, are we even able to, or even want a discussion in the first place? Are men trash?
Cis, heterosexual men, absolutely, especially white men.
Weren't you just talking about equality?
Oh, absolutely. But we have to have that viewpoint because of how much we've been attacked just by that gender.
But you just said that all straight men are trash. Like, that's a pretty big generalization, don't you think?
It definitely is. It's not necessarily something I'm gonna saying via statistics. I'm saying via experience.
Are men trash?
No, I like my dad. He's not trash. So most men are trash.
I don't.
She was kind of cute too. Damn. They always be the attractive ones. Do you dirty. Betray you. Betray the men and then want the men. How dare you betray us? How dare you betray us?
I don't think men are trash. Men just have more advantages. But like I said, like I wouldn't want to be on the front lines of like, some army. I don't.
That's when feminism goes out the window, right?
That's it. 100% does.
So I wanted to ask the same, but the reverse. Are women trash then?
No, I don't think anyone's trash. I like people. I think that there are some people that have had really bad hands, but in general, I would like to think that most people are good.
What would happen if we said that women are trash?
I say it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think they're trash too.
I thought you were a feminist.
I'm not a feminist, no. Maybe a little misogynistic. No, I'm just kidding.
But all kidding aside, in order to have a discussion, there needs to be mutual respect. And if equality truly is the goal, the aspects. Why do you think women are allowed to say that men are trash, but men can't say that women are trash?
Because, just based off of history, men have been the dominant sex. Not even really 100 years ago, women were more of an obtained piece of property.
Sometimes women are trash. But I think more men than women for sure.
It's one of the many double standards.
That's because of what feminism has turned into. It's no longer about the equality of men and women. It is more the differences between men and women.
And in recent times, that history of inequality has been exposed in no other place than Hollywood.
With Hollywood's sex abuse scandal growing by the day, MeToo movement.
Me too.
The Me Too movement in 2017 raised awareness to numerous stories of sexual abuse of women in the workplace. And not only was the movement successful in exposing individuals like Harvey Weinstein, it even had an impact on public policy through the passage of laws to prevent harassment in the workplace. But like anything, the pendulum swings both ways. Despite its success, the Me Too movement promoted extreme slogans such as "Believe all women," and along with it created a climate of fear where innocent men were unfairly accused and reputations destroyed.
Did Johnny brutalize you? Ever?
And the most notable was the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, where Heard wrote an op-ed alleging that she was a victim of abuse. And it wasn't until 4 years after getting canceled from everything when Depp won the defamation trial for the false allegations. Do you think that in a certain way, Me Too movement also went too far?
It started off with great intent, and it's designed to have great intent, but you have people who abuse the system and people who take advantage of it, and they see a payday or a time for fame, and it ruins it for the real people out here who are actually victims.
Me Too is for true survivors.
Clusterfuck of bullshit.
And it's the unfortunate reality that any overcorrection swings back just as strongly in the opposite direction. And so is this what's happening in modern feminism in the West today? And if so, how can we correct this overcorrection before it's too late?
The best way that I can learn from you is by sitting down and listening to you and really trying to understand, seeking to understand where you come from and learning from that dynamic and that dialogue.
Say conversations like this, right?
Absolutely.
I think that we need to get rid of terms like feminism. Feminism is more of like a suppression of masculine energy, essentially. Getting rid of that sense of like dominance of one over the other would be the better society to exist in.
Because if negative attention wasn't enough, it's now becoming harder to be a feminist, even if you're a feminist. For years, the author of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, identified as a feminist who advocated for women's rights, whether it be speaking out or through donations or advocacy. But in 2020, it was as if none of that mattered anymore. After expressing concern on Twitter what constitutes of women, she was berated by activists as misogynistic and most notably a TERF. TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. And
I had no idea what that actual stood for. I've seen it once before, but I couldn't remember that acronym. Insane, because the same women that will celebrate you will betray you in a heartbeat. Oh, you know, the lady that wrote the Harry Potter book, she's like a billionaire. She's one of the most successful women. She sold like 1 billion books. Women can do great things. And 24 hours later, down with her head, cut it off. She got to go. They are the best betrayers we have ever seen in history. At least with men, we got to go at war with each other, betray each other typically. But boy, these women, let me just get through it and not get to my, oh, we gonna run it up. We gonna get to it. I'll get through this. And shout out to this Asian man. I really like this guy. I really like him. He's so well balanced, so calm, so poised. Shout out to him. We got to celebrate people that have the ability to have these conversations. They're uncomfortable, but he's willing to put himself out there. I really like this guy. I'm so glad that his channel came across my feed. Lucky me, because really, really phenomenal video that he put together here. So shout out to him. We're going to shout him out. He's not going to notice me. I'm a little guy. But if he ever see this, shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. We appreciate people like you doing what they do.
Is an acronym used by trans activists to describe someone as transphobic for believing that gender is based on biological sex. Due to this, Rowling has faced strong criticism to a point where it has impacted her legacy. The new video game Hogwarts Legacy is labeled so controversial to a point where Twitch streamers are refusing to play it for fear of being called transphobic. And similarly, it's this extremism masked as inclusion that's dividing the feminist movement from within and confusing the original message of equality for all. Would you say you're a feminist yourself?
Absolutely. I wouldn't say I'm not a feminist. I just think that like the word feminism needs to be redefined.
What should it be called?
I don't know. Seeking truth and justice and equality. I don't know.
The men are trash group?
No, men are not trash.
And so if women are hesitating to identify with the movement, it's likely due to the impact of the extreme. Because if equality is achieved through bringing others down, it's creating issues where none exist, perpetuating double standards. But with that said, feminism is needed. While true equality may be difficult to achieve and some may not actually desire it, nothing significant ever came about through indifference. The pendulum is ever swinging, and we need individuals who push for progress and serve as a check to maintain balance. But today, how can we even navigate differences if we can't even question the nuance? I guess it's up to me to lead the way. And it all starts with exploring the unfamiliar. Thanks for watching, and subscribe if you want to see more content where I turn street interviews into investigative journalism. And if you
Yes, we shall subscribe. Yes, we shall. You know what? Let me see if I can grab his channel and drop it in the chat. Let me see if I can. One moment, people. One moment, because we definitely shall. Definitely shall. Copy this here. I'm going to put follow my guy. I like him. I like him a lot. I'm going to drop that in the chat. Make sure you hit the link. Follow this guy. You guys might want to review some of his content. I haven't seen it all as the first video went by, but I like him. Very well balanced, down to earth type of guy. I like to consider myself very much down to earth, and so I do like people like that. Very, very nice video he put together. But this is how we got here. The false equilibrium, right? And so what that means is this, people. You know, I said something about feminism or feminists my last stream, and I think two of my ladies got a little upset because I don't even remember exactly what I said. I don't remember if I said feminism is an attack on men or they're against men or something of that nature. I forgot what the exact phrase that I said, right? But I will say this. It is definitely a war or definitely a battle against heterosexual men. And I haven't met a woman that considers herself to be a feminist in any shape or form where they don't substantiate that in some way once the conversation is had. They'll sit there and talk about, oh, we have to fight for women. And they'll talk about tampons and stuff like that, which means typically if you have male parts, you don't use a tampon, right? So they're not fighting for you. But if you have male parts and you identify as something else, they'll fight for you. That stuff is crazy to me. But with this stuff, they can use it for anything. Feminism just means they can't even describe it. And I don't want to use the women that are the least educated to make them be the poster child for not being able to describe it, because I'm sure there are some women that can absolutely do it. PhDs, college people, all these people. I'm sure there are some women that can, right? But overwhelmingly what happens with women is the younger women. My issue predominantly is with younger women, right? This is not much of an issue with older women. Y'all know y'all done. Y'all know y'all 36, 37, 38. Y'all done. Y'all really ain't got room to be a feminist or feminism unless y'all trying to sell something to somebody. Let's just be honest. Y'all done. Y'all at this point looking for a man, hoping for a man, praying for a man. God blessly, bring me a man. So y'all, that's for the younger women that ain't trying to be tied down, that's young, that want to compete, right? So the thing that I have when it comes to this feminism stuff, right? They say it evolved from the women's suffrage movement, right? They say it evolved from there, right? The women's suffrage movement, things like that. I'm not a historian, but things I have heard, right? I don't want to argue with you. We just going to listen. These are my thoughts. I ain't got to explain nothing to nobody. My thoughts. Y'all in my temple, okay? When you really think about it, it says the women's suffrage movement, which means i.e. a woman, which means we identify said as women. Those are women. Their suffrage, their movement. Now, for feminism, anybody can support it. Anybody can join it. So what is a woman? And if a man can be identified as a woman, a man can be a woman, how can anyone suffer if we all say we're women? I know this stuff don't make no sense. I know it don't, and it never will. So for the people with sanity and saneness in their world, let these battles go. When you hear these women be like, are you toxic? Stay away from them. Because most women that have the ability to intellectually disarm you and have that conversation with you, they are more valuable. You're not going to get that. You're going to get the emotional outbursts. And then the women that do have that capacity are going to get the men that are emotionally unstable, have impulse. They have no control. We can rarely get into these spaces where we have a mano-a-mano. This is why my brother Cheeky always go crazy, because when he's at a position where he's willing to have the conversation, shout out to that guy Dub, right? He says, when Cheeky gets to that point with the conversation, he goes, I'm willing to have it. And I'm willing to meet you there and go mano because I want to prove to you that I can defeat whatever you're trying to be. Improve. Whatever the conversation is, if we have a disagreement, I can prove my point and see if I can meet where your point is and find where we either agree, or I can prove why I'm right and why you're wrong. Just a conversation. Don't often go that way for many, many reasons. That's why he tends to rage quit. But that's my guy. I don't do that. I don't rage quit because I can't, because most of the time we be on my own show. So can't rage quit on my own show. But I understand the frustration, because there are not a lot of women that are willing to have these conversations, because let's just be honest, it's difficult for them, because they're going to meet a man that is going to be able to match their calmness. You know, when they have that calm demeanor that kind of disarms you, you're going to be able to match them, right? And then honestly, that's troubling for them because they're used to dealing with men that cannot do it. That's where they're making most of their assessments from. But let's go over some of my issues, right? And then if you guys want to join the temple of these thoughts at your own risk. You know, when this whole feminism stuff started, it kind of reminds you of the civil rights movement, right? Yeah, walk with me down the tunnel in my brain, right? Where they wanted this equality, right? Under the law, right? We want the same rights as men. We want the same protection laws, etc., that men have, right? It started there, right? And then we went from the laws to equality. We went from laws then to equality, right? And then think about this. We've shifted from laws, then to equality, and then to empowerment. Notice that chain of events. Hey, we just want the same rights as men. And then they say, okay, the laws ain't enough. We want equality. Even though we are vastly different. We know a man when we see a man. We know we don't think like them. We know we don't act like. We're not men. We want equality. Forget the laws. That ain't enough because gave them that. We want equality. And then after that, I would argue that that's subjective to get equality, right? But that's the outburst, right? It went from that to empowerment. It went from that to empowerment. Let me tie this together, right? You remember when women would say things like this, and I'm going to put it together. And this is what I do. Women would say things like this. I can do whatever a man can do. I can do whatever a man can do. So you know what that means? If a man can be a fireman, I can be a fireman. If a man can be a police officer, I can be a police officer. Women can do whatever men can do. So let's play that together. I can do whatever a man can do. So women would say that, right? Now watch the change. You notice how I tied. It went from equal laws to equality to empowerment, right? And then we tie this in, look at it like this. It went from I can do whatever a man can do to I can do it better than a man. Pay attention to the pattern. It went from we can do whatever men can do to we can do it better than men. Pay attention to the patterns, right? Now, if you think that is the case, you now go from being viewed as a woman, which is something that we look at as some form of protection, some things that need our support, to, for the lack of a better word, competition. Competition, right? Let me tell you what the powers that feminism had, right? Because y'all understand it, but y'all not putting it together this way, right? See, when we talk about our grandparents, great-grandparents, all this stuff, they got along, they figured it out. Nobody's perfect, but they figured out how to work within one another, right? And this is the reason why. See, there's this old saying, y'all know the saying, right? Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys, right? That's an understanding of women knowing who men are. That's Kazi, you definitely can run faster than Fatty. That's no doubt. There's an understanding that women knew who men are, right? When we have these conversations with women now, hey, what do you know about men? I don't know. I just know they're supposed to do something for me. They're here to serve me. Men are here to serve women. It went from protecting women to caring for women to we here to serve women. Pay attention. Even though all this stuff that existed, all this stuff that they went through, somehow we were serving them back then. Don't make no sense, but they think it makes sense, right? They don't understand men at all. They don't need to. They don't feel the desire to. That's just their mindset, right? So let me show you what they did. So feminism went from competition. So there used to be competition for men, right? Women used to be like, that's my man. That's my husband. Stay away from him. Now, you know what it is? Girl, you can keep him. I don't need no man. Shh, whatever. If he ain't for me, he ain't for me. I'm not mad. Feel how you feel. But the point that I'm showing is women used to compete for men. Women really wanted husbands. I'm not saying it's right to change your mind. I'm just pointing out the differences. They really wanted husbands, right? So, we'll see if that works. So what I'm saying is this. The competition that used to exist amongst women competing for men, great men, regular men, all the men had women back then. Everybody got a wife back then, right? The competition that, well, I shouldn't say all of them, but a good amount of them. The competition that used to exist there, feminism have removed that competition amongst relationships and transform it to the workplace. So they say, hey, stop competing for relationships and stuff like that. You don't need to understand men, nothing like that. Just don't need them. Forget understanding them. Just don't need them. and they sold that like they sold cigarettes to people, right? And so in that process, they decided to go, let's have competition in the workplace. Now, last show I did, I said, yo, we should probably separate the workplace for many, many reasons, right? A lot of pushback, a lot of anger because women want to continue to manipulate men to get ahead, sleep their way to the top. It is what it is, right? Fine. I wasn't at 100% to have that conversation the way that I'm at 85, so I'm locked and loaded. But the point that I'm making is the competition has shifted from relationships, understanding men, competing to get men and stuff like that to, well, think about it. Now it's shifted to this. It's a competition in the workplace. And so what that means is most of y'all hear that I'm not my job, right? Oh, I'm not my job. Like my job don't define me. And this is where a lot of people are actually wrong. Yeah, your job don't necessarily define you, but your job is a part of who you are by default. And I wouldn't just say that without giving you an example, right? Let's use a good one, right? Because we got a lot of high power female lawyers. Let's go with lawyers. You know, a lot of them district attorneys, etc., right? Let me see here. Let me stay focused. I don't want to get that throw me off. If you commit a crime at home, whatever the case is, right? You know what happens? You'll say something like, hey, by the way, don't touch that because, you know, if you touch that, that breaks the law. They will tie in their personal life to their professional life and give you advice. For example, let's say you're at home and you're a nurse, right? Now, there are women that are nurses and women that are not, right? If you get injured, the type of information that a nurse will give you is different from somebody that is not a nurse. They will tie their professional life into their personal life. It's very hard to separate it. And anything that you do, if your personality at work, you will bring it to your home. It's very hard to segregate, okay? It just really, really is. Where you work, what you do for a living is tied into who you are at home. It's not your complete person because nobody's completely one thing, but you tie it. This is what human beings do. All right. If you work at a fast food place and somebody say something crazy, right? Somebody say something crazy, right? Oh, you know, they overcharged for these burgers, right? And they go, no, be honest with you, it's actually a good deal. I worked at Burger King for 7 years, and as a general manager, they buy for this, they sell it for that. They'll start tying things in. They'll start tying it in, right? And I'm doing that to show you the reason why when you tie feminism to the workplace, that personality, that world will ultimately tie back into your relationships. And so it's starting to have an issue in relationships. So let me also give you another secret, right? It ain't really a secret, but most people don't say it, and I'm going to say it. Since the patriarchy created everything, I want to let you know this. And I'm going to pause to let you think about it for a moment. If the patriarchy created everything, they also created relationships. See, the patriarchy created relationships. And they're fine with the way relationships was. That's why they say, hey, these relationships, they used to work like this. But the feminism has changed relationships. They don't like them. I don't like it. Change it. Da-da-da. I'm not mad. I'm just highlighting how that impacted things. And if you guys don't think it's impacting relationships, you guys don't think it's impacting how people connect with one another, you're sadly mistaken. It is entrenched in people all the time, everywhere in every aspect. I'm going to say something here before I drop the link that is going to let me think about that. Let me ask y'all this question. Because I don't know. Let me ask y'all this question. I'll poll it actually. I'll poll it. I'm interested in knowing what you think. I'll poll it. And it'll be a simple question. in the workplace, do you think that you should feel included? Right? As opposed to segregate, like separated in the workplace, do you think you should be able to go to a place where you work, a place of business, and feel included? And I really want you to take that vote. I really want to know, do you think you should feel included in a place where you do business, a place where you work? Should you feel included? Because it got me thinking a lot. And ultimately, while I was thinking, yeah, this would have got me thinking. And this is this is the part you guys not gonna like. Well, it depends. Some people are not gonna like it. Some people are not gonna like it. But I'm gonna say it anyway. I don't mind getting canceled. I get canceled every other month anyway. Let's just be honest. But I will pin it. This is what I want you guys to know. To me, when you state you are a feminist, when you state you're for woman empowerment, right? When you wear that that jacket on you proudly, let me tell you what it says. To me, being a feminist, stating that you're a proud feminist, etc., right? To me, since you are for the empowerment of women, etc., to me, and you may challenge it, but it will be difficult. To me, you know what it says? This is what it says. And I'll bring you up in one moment, brother. This is what it says. That is no different than you going to a business and it says white owned in the window. So you go to a business and it says white owned in that business, and that feeling it makes you get, that is the same thing as saying you are a proud feminist. That's what I really think. It's what I think. Thanos, what up, bro?
What's going on, Ayo?
You know me, getting back to the work.
I'm glad your voice back.
Yeah, bro, I appreciate it. Yeah, I had to take a little time off, but then now I'm back better than ever. 85% locked and loaded. And I've been just, playing around. And I'm like, you know what? These feminists, they are really no better than you going into a business that says white owned. How many people how many people in this space would want to go into a business that says white owned on the door or on the window?
Not a lot.
How many people would you think would be offended by that?
A lot. Black people, you have some white people, but it'd be mostly black people.
They'd be a little offended by that. Now, I'm not looking to piss off any feminists. I really don't give a damn if I do, but that's how I look at you. I don't actually like you, feminists, at all until what? Until some woman or even some man that says he's a woman, whatever, whoever, y'all be what y'all want, right? We in California anyway. Till y'all can explain to me the actual benefits of being that way without you causing direct harm to a heterosexual male. I've yet to find said person.
I don't know. If you got so many simps, they would go to the feminist only store organization just because there's women there.
No, that's a good point. That is a very, very good point. They definitely will do it. But I that's how I look at them, bro. It is what it is. That's just how I look at them. Hey, Robbie, how you doing, darling?
Hi, Aaron. You up here giving an interesting perspective. I think that's it's interesting. However, I don't think feminism is gender specific. I know a lot of male feminists. So you don't like male feminists either, or is it just female feminists that you don't like?
Anybody that claims they're a feminist for woman empowerment, I don't like.
Do you not want women to have any power?
First of all, I don't give a damn if women think they have power or don't have power. What I'm saying is that women that say they're feminists, that are for empowering women. Okay, do you think women want power over other women, or if they want power over men?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think women just want power. I think a lot of women.
No, you don't. You know better than dodge my questions. I will reassess, reconvert, and reconvene, and go right back there. What do you really think? Do you think women want power over other women, or they want power over men?
Well, I mean, if we go by the talking points that so many men espouse, women only do things for other women. So, of course, they would want power over other women. Women dress for other women. They do their hair for other women. They put on makeup for other women. They attain things to impress other women. So it must be that they want power over women.
Miss Robbie, let me tell you something. One of the reasons I do like you is because you unfortunately think for yourself. And this causes a problem in this space, because when you think for yourself, and I phrase the question is, what do you think, Raw B? Do you think that women want power over other women, or they want power over men? I want what you think.
I think they want power over other women because women already have power over men.
So, so if that is a true statement, which I think you're messing with me, don't women already have that power?
They don't. That's why they're always in competition with one another. See, women actually have power over men, and it is a true statement because a lot of things that men do in the pursuit under the premise of getting a woman. See, women decide if you have entry or not into their bodies to have sex. You want women, so you go to work, you get cars, you get houses, you get money so that you can have options of the type of woman that you get to choose, because women choose a man. So it's not about having power over y'all. Even the laws that have been written, the laws have been written by men under the influence of women. So why do women need to have empowerment and all of this to have more power over men? No, they need to be able to have the ability to write laws and have equity so they can have power and subjugate other women.
See,
that's my thoughts.
So subjugate other women, right? So how does women having power over other women look? What does that look like? Give me a visual or something, because I don't know what that means. I understand that we live in a patriarchy. Go ahead.
Boom, got it. You know the aunties in The Handmaid's Tale, right? The bitter old ones, they can't really have no kids, that never was married, but they trying to tell all the younger women how to do. They're trying to tell the handmaidens how they should react and how they should behave in order to have children. So they're keeping the wives on track. They're keeping the little maiden household together. Like, okay, you go over here, you do this. It's kind of like a madam in a brothel. A madam in a brothel is telling the hoes where to go. You hoe, you go to room 2. You hoe, you go to room 3. Get that money, bring it back to me.
Okay, so some form of control. Okay, so are men preventing other women from controlling other women?
Yes, because men are trying to control women. That's why we have all these conversations about submission. Women, you submit. No, if women submit to men, then they're not going to listen to their female friends. That's why a lot of men have an issue with mothers being involved in relationships, because mothers and aunties and cousins and them, they have control over that woman's mind. Men don't want that because it always causes problems in the relationship. That's why we have all these talking points about submission. Submit to me, and your family don't need to be in my business because I'm the only one who needs to have your ear, because I need to have the control.
See, what I've heard is that women want to submit to the right man. They want to do that. It's not even a force. As a matter of fact, that's what I've often heard. Women want to submit. It's just to the right man, right?
Hey, listen, this is not what we're talking about. We're not talking about submission. I'm not going to let you derail the conversation. We're talking about power and control.
Well, actually, it's my power and my control over the conversation. So you're absolutely right. I don't really give a damn about submission. So we can move off that, right? Because you kind of brought that up when you said the men want women to submit. I really don't care, right? That's not an issue for me. I don't give a damn about that. Now, the issue that I find troubling is when you say that women want power over other women, but all I ever hear is that they want power over the men. I don't hear them making any points, any reasons to why they should have control over other women, because they want women to be free. They want women to have free choice. So where does this set power?
Independent.
No, they don't.
Sierra just wrote
No,
a
they
song about it.
don't.
Be independent and
No,
free.
no. I'm gonna need y'all to. Let me give y'all the game real quick.
Okay.
Jonathan.
Well, I gotta read it because it's early and and he's a troll. Male feminists are just dudes trying to get laid. I've heard about that. He's trying to destroy toxic masculinity by digging them in. I'm glad, man. Y'all got some sick mind. Look, I don't know. I don't personally know any male feminist like type of people. I know they exist, but you know what? I often don't find these women that are leaders of feminine. That I often don't find a respectable, powerful man next to them.
Listen,
I find I don't see it.
Because you're not going to see it. But like back to what you were saying, why would women want power over women? I want you to think about it. Who is the biggest consumer? It's women. Who get the most laws passed? It's women. So behind every great man is a great woman. That's what they say. That's what they say. That's what they say. That's what they say now. But if you want to have a monolith of power in a society, then you need to control the women. Look at Mary Kay. Mary Kay is a big MLM where a whole bunch of people have made a whole bunch of money. Why? Because they controlled women and told women what to buy, how to buy, that this was going to be the path to their success, when in reality, it actually was the path to their biggest debt. And it got them to recruit other women. Now, if we're just going to focus on that vein of thought alone, MLMs, we're talking about Tupperware, we're talking about Amway, we're talking about Avon, we're talking about LuLaRoe. We're talking about a bunch of multi-million-dollar corporations where the woman on the top of the pyramid are ridiculously wealthy from controlling women underneath of them. See, I love when you have people that don't get the perspective because their intellectual capacity is very narrow and very limited. When you start looking at the world at a brighter and a broader spectrum, you start to really see how the pieces actually fall into play. I forget which show, I think it was on Fight Club the other day, where I was telling you about the CEO of Things, the menstrual underwear. She was a beast, a whole terrorist. She has multiple legal actions against her on a federal level because she was controlling the women that worked underneath of her. Even when we look at the whole situation with Epstein and the island, who was really the facilitator of all the nonsense that he had going on with those younger women? It was the woman in control of other women.
Yeah, Maxine. Yeah. So let me read the Sim God super chat because he is definitely giving his strong opinion. Women and male feminists have more power in Congress than black men complaining online. I don't know what and raging at women. Simp God wins again. Well, I'll say this. It's interesting you don't make a distinguishing mark about women and male feminists. Instead of saying black women and black male feminists have more power in Congress, you left that distinction out and only focus on all of the women having power. And then when it came to men in power, you focused on specifically just black men with no power. Now, if you only care about black people, that's fine. I don't mind. But then you should say on black women and black male feminists as your controlling point to make a comparative, right? And that would have been difficult to make your point. So I'm just going to counter you and let you know black men have never had power in Congress. So when you yell and scream at a black man, it's actually pointless. So when you say men are making, don't blame black men for that. We've never been the problem. When you really talk about we can't get into Congress, don't blame black men for that. They've never been the problem, but you still will. But let's get to the deeper point, right? Because Rob B says women want power over other women. I say that might be true. I don't know how men are standing in front of that, especially if women have power over men, but the men want power over women. I'll say this: when it comes to power, most of us agree that power is taken. Power is not given; it's taken in some way, shape, or form. Unless you want to get back to archaic times where the 4-year-old became the pharaoh because the dad died and they just by blood royal, right? But even then, we'd argue that the people with actual power were the ones that control the military, right? So the reason why I call this the false equilibrium is because I think women have understood that they cannot get equality. I think what they have been saying, at least lately, is that they want more balance, right? And I think that's what's really causing the issue. Because obviously we're not, if we have 500 companies, right? We're not going to get 250 women CEOs and 250 male CEOs to balance it. It's not going to happen. I think most people don't think that's the goal. They want to see more of a balance, closer to equality. What are you nodding your head for?
I don't agree with you. It's not about balance at all. It's about individuals attaining success. What is the best way to get someone to be on your team? To have a focused and common enemy. Again, I tell people all the time, Houdini is my very favorite magician ever. And his trick was misdirection. Misdirect the opposition. Make them think that the fight is against them. And attain soldiers to your army one by one by making them think that the fight that they are fighting is against a gender opposing opponent, when in fact the real opponent is the top of the pyramid. And again, to Ms. Bess, you keep having all of these little comments to make in the chat, and you feel that this is gaslighting because I know this is outside of your realm of intellectual capability. So what I want you to do, Darface, darling, boo-boo kitty, is click that link and come have a conversation with me one-on-one, and let's see who's gaslighting. I want to see you best me in an intellectual conversation. I'll be waiting. Anyway, back to what I was saying. It's about attaining and gaining soldiers in your army. If all the women that go through bad things in a relationship, that feel like they're underappreciated, they all join together to fight against these men, but women ultimately win, you can't really think that the power is over men. Because women have won the right to be sexually free, which a lot of people say now women are 304s. Women have won the right to make money. But when they work under corporations that are ran by women, they make substantially less than they do when they work at corporations that are ran by men.
Okay, so we've just point by point, because you have an alarming amount of information. I know that. I just want to understand. So when we talk about this liberation, are you saying, what is that? What do you mean by they fought for liberation? So they couldn't do things legally back then to do the same thing they're doing it now? What do you mean by fought for liberation sexually?
No, women could not be wearing short shorts. They couldn't be wearing short skirts. They couldn't really wear too much makeup. Television, all you have to do is watch a sitcom from the 1940s and 50s. You'll see beds had to be on opposing sides of the room. Right now, you can turn on TV in the middle of the day and see two people hunching. You understand what I'm saying? So
But you're making a social assessment as opposed to a lawful assessment. So I think women could have done that if they want. What was the punishment?
I mean, there was punishments, there was sanctions. You were fined heavily by the the FCC and radio advertising. A good point of reference for this, just from a cinematic principle, is For the Boys. It's a movie with Bette Midler. In that movie, Bette Midler wound up going to entertain for the POWs overseas. She came back. Her and her co-star were one of the biggest shows on TV. Every time that she was like performing, though, and she would curse and she would be a little bit salacious, they would get fines, they would get shut down, they would lose sponsorships. A real life comparison to that is Lucille Ball. When Lucille Ball was at the height of her career, she could not make as much money as she wanted to because her comedy stylings were too risque and they took money away from her in sponsorship. So again, if you can amass a big crowd to go with you to the people that make the bill to say, oh no, Please, sir, can we have another? We're hungry, we're poor, we need to have these rights. It's controlling the people around you to get your needs met.
Well, I don't plan to contend with that statement. This power dynamic thing is always the frustration because women, you say women have power over men. Men want power over women, but they don't have it because the women actually have the power over the men. But women actually now want to enforce power over other women. That's the position you've taken, right? And maybe that is true. I don't know, right? But so do men have any power?
It depends on what end you're discussing. Because men have physical power. Men do have physical power.
Is that the greatest? Okay, so I guess we go back and forth between influence and physical power, right? So do you think there's a way that women can gain power over other women? And if there is, how do they gain it?
Oh, nah, I can't tell the game. Like,
oh, fair enough. I accept that answer. I accept that answer.
You know, I like
Sister
for women
Cole.
like Miss Bess to think that, you know what I'm saying? Oh my God, is she stupid on purpose? Yeah, I'm stupid on purpose, ho. But you know,
that's not a MS Best
that's
is
the
not
power. That's the power at work, Aaron.
Yeah, no, listen, that's their power at work. I accept the answer. I want to make sure I'm getting an understanding because I always hear this as a patriarchy, right? And we need to go down with the patriarchy in order to change it to something else. We never get told what else we're going to change it to. I don't know what they want. Typically, we know what they would want, but what I hear is this. We haven't had a female president. This is what I hear, right? Now, I don't know if that actually matters, but do you think we need a female president? And if we had one, would that have any relevance?
I think that would depend on the female candidate. I think if you have a female candidate that is thinking in a global perspective for what is in the best interest of the United States of America, that might have some influence, but that woman would still be up against Congress and the Senate. So, you know, it's really a figurehead in the first place because the way our judicial branch or legislative branch of government works, there are checks and balances. So what we would really need is an influx of female congressmen and representatives in the Senate, and then a female president. And even that does not guarantee that it would be any different in how business is handled on the Hill.
I can give you one. Until one thing happens, you won't have a president until you have a female chief of staff. I mean, not chief of staff, chief of staff of the, all armed forces sitting at the Pentagon. Until you have a female in that position, you're not going to have a female president.
Yeah, no, I understand. If you're in the back and you want to come up, you have to be on cam for me to verify you. Nothing personal. But I do have to make sure that I know who's coming on my panel. So if you want to come up, you will have to cam verify, just to let you know. If you're in the back waiting, that's just the rules, unless we have, unless we have some form of relationship in which you can notify me otherwise. So now we're going to get to this.
If that's Miss Beth, show your face, because, I'm like right now. I smell blood in the water.
Don't you start. It's gonna get turned up. I want to say that. Okay, that's fine. You can cam off. I appreciate it. So I will say this. So the thing is this. The dynamic that is difficult is for me to understand is that women have at this point start to surpass men in college degrees. They're starting to surpass them financially in a lot of areas. And the dynamics that exist amongst men and women, the complex part is that women have asked for men to evolve, but we're not seeing the evolution of women in power. the women controlling the finances, women controlling the money, because every time we get said women with money, they tend to abuse it and they don't want to be the breadwinner. Like women keep searching to elevate. So for example, right, if you make $90,000 raw B, for the most part, you tend to want to deal with a man that's economically on your level and as far as scholastically on your level, in the sense of wherever, if you graduated, you want a man that's graduated. If you make this money, you want a man that's, you typically want a man at your level, not below, right? Now you may say for you fine with it, but let's not do that. You know that women typically want a man that outperforms them. This is why there's a performance factor for men. Oh, he's not motivated anymore. It's always these assessments made that men are stagnant, they just chilling, they comfortable where they at. It's always those assessment made towards men. And I can even highlight it that those are statements that women make all the time. We're often not asking for women to make more money, more this, more that. Men tend to take women as they are because y'all tend to not get better over time. Your hair not getting longer, it's not looking better, your body not getting better. So y'all are who you are. But now, since we must evolve, we must make this change, right? It has to come with the women because y'all got more education, y'all getting more money. And so the evolution has to come with y'all. Y'all cannot ask for a man to be a leader no more. It's your job. Now y'all got to be the leaders.
So this is the thing, right? I hear you, and I hear the malarkey that a lot of women spew out of their mouth. But the way my checkers and my savings is set up and the way society is set up, according to the internet and YouTube, there's a whole bunch of high value men that have options that can't get good women. And there's a whole bunch of Pookies and Ray Rays that are getting with all the women. Women are taking care of men. So that is not a genuine statement when women say that, because too many women that have a lot of money got their man sleeping on the couch, driving their car while he riding around to go sleep with a whole bunch of other women, leaving them with all these baby mamas. And then they're mad because the man is not making enough money, because this is who they're settling with. What it actually winds up being is when the thrill is gone, when that man is not loyal to the woman that's taking care of her, then she starts nitpicking at who he is as a man to diminish him, because he has already diminished her because he didn't give to her what she felt that she deserved.
Okay. I can't argue with that. There's some sentiments in there, I understand. So you're basically saying women are okay with providing for man, paying all the bills, as long as he doesn't cheat on her.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
as long as he's faithful.
So that's not what I've heard from women. And I'll listen. And just to highlight what typically we hear from women, let me show you, because I got another little video here that I can show you that most men have heard these statements before. We're gonna play it. And so y'all just mute up for just a second and tell me if, for the man and for Raw B, if you've heard these sentiments, these thought process expound before. Just let me know if y'all have heard it before. All right.
Just because he ain't got no money, you left him?
Had to.
That ain't right. I don't like that.
If he's making more money than me, I mean, if I'm making more money than him,
You should help him get some more money.
How am I going to do that, though? If I have my own career, I'm doing what I'm doing.
A woman's supposed to be a helpmate.
I feel like a man is supposed to be that for a girl.
A man's supposed to be a leader.
You're right.
You're supposed to help him be a better leader.
I don't know. So I was in the wrong. Now I'm the bad guy. I'm always the bad guy.
You looking for a daddy.
I ain't looking for a daddy. I got my own money. I got my own money. I could do what I do. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't need a guy for money.
But you want one.
I want a man to be stable. If I was to leave him, I want him to be.
So he wasn't stable?
He was okay, but I was making more than him.
Why are you leaving me? So you just want?
Because he wasn't doing better than me. I need a guy doing better than me. And if he's not doing better than me, then
I guess. But like, it would have been more real if you'd have helped him get to where you wanted him to be.
Now, Raw B, since you have the most visceral response. To that, you say what?
To that, I say, yep, exactly what I said. She was with a dude that was not making as much money as her. And she was content with that dude. That dude probably done drug her through the whole entire
She did not
street.
just say that. You lied, Robbie. She did not. You want me to play that video again? Don't you do that?
Listen. Just because she didn't come out here in her ego and say, "Well, he cheated on me. That's why I left him." What she did say was that she was with him. She was cooling. And I mean, a lot of women say that, but again, this is the facts of it all. Let me give you the true facts. If it's really about you not wanting to be with a man unless he's doing better than you, you will never be in a position that you are leaving a man for not doing better than you. Because if that's your standard, you're not going to get with a man unless he is doing better than you from the onset. Those are facts.
I will go to.
Yeah, that come up in every argument. Soon as she get mad, yeah, that $40,000 get turned into a bow and arrow.
So I'm gonna just tell you like this. I hear that consistently from women, consistently, even in this space. They don't want they want power, but don't want what comes with the power, which is the leadership, right? So no, the thing is that there are things that men don't like about women that they provide everything for, even if they don't like some things about it. It is what it is, right? But what happens is I tried it. He wasn't compassionate enough for me. He wasn't on his grind enough for me. So I had to, leave him because I need a man that's doing better than me. Do you understand? Like, so the point
I hear that talking point being espoused. But what I'm saying is, if you need a man that is doing better than you,
somebody said something for you, guy in the suit. That's you, Thanos. Can I get a suit? Buy a suit, man. Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
That is messed up.
Thanos
women
was looking real sharp.
He was. Women know better, and women control the vagina. So if you don't want a dusty dude or a dude that's not doing, like how you said, women have to give you permission to gain access, right? So if a woman needs a man that is doing better than her, why is she allowing a man that is doing worse than her to gain access? Why is she committing herself to a relationship with a man that is doing worse than her? These women be sitting here lying every day on social media.
So I'll explain it because I know exactly what you mean. She's not lying. What happens is this. When she met him, it had nothing to do about what's doing better because she didn't know that this relationship was going to go somewhere. But she presumed, right? Because women like to presume. They don't understand you have to be direct with men, right? She presumed once he get around me, whatever the case is, this might rub off on him. He going to get on his grind. He'll start to level up because women actually have a time cycle. Like they're willing to give you some time for you to go through the process and prove that you're going to be who I think you could be because I like other aspects about you. That's why she was dealing with him in the first place. She like, eventually he might be motivated. He might get to some money and I'll be cool with that. But then she started making more money than she thought she was. So when she met him, she was at like 60. He probably was at like 40. But then she started making 90, 120. And she like, yeah, this bag going up and I don't see you going up. So his time was started. She got him on his time. You got to get on it because women don't just outright leave you out of the blue like that. They give you a process and say, okay, all right, if you get on your grind, I notice a change, I'll stay. But if not, I'm gone. It's a process for women. Y'all don't have.
You're leaving out one basic thing, Aaron. You're leaving out one basic thing.
Go ahead, brother.
And it's real simple, bro. You know how it is. Women give you sex before they get a relationship. That nigga was hitting it real hard until, that shit never lasts, bro. That's the thing.
Yep.
He was hitting it hard for a while. That didn't last. And now she realized this nigga ain't got no money. And now she got to get rid of him. Happens all the time. And you don't need all these grandiose ideas to explain it. It's really that simple.
The end of the day, again, then if she allowed that man to hit it real hard or whatever, then that is the type of dude that she's willing to be with. She lets
No, Robbie. Let me get in here, Aaron. Let me get in here, Aaron. So let me say this, Robbie. So I don't understand why we still have these conversations because everything women have become in society is a direct result of everything women ask for. Do they not know that if you are going to strive to make more money, if you're going to go to college, if you're going to do things for yourself, you will make more money than some men in society? And if you had any if you took any real inventory on what that means for you, that means that by definition, just by simple math, most women will not have a man that makes more money than them initially, period. But the issue is women know this. Women are actually, in this sense, they're more logical. What it is that they have lofty expectations. They start looking at other people's husbands. I think women are really big on comparison. Really, really big on comparison to other people. That's when you start to become uncomfortable with it, because I think it's a twofold problem. Robbie, let me ask you, what is the value of a man?
Listen, first of all, I want to thank you for just further shoring up my point. It's about comparison. It's about women controlling other women. But the value of a man to me is you can't be no bum dude doing worse than me. Because if you are, I'm not sleeping with you. Period.
So,
but again, I know that I'm different.
Define worse than you.
Don't let her change the narrative. That woman said, I need a man doing better than me.
Exactly.
Right.
The value of a man.
With a man doing worse than her. I'm not dealing with no man doing worse than me.
This is the worst part. Robbie, this is the worst part. I said, what is the value of a man? And you kind of made it doing worse. What does worse mean? Especially if a man is doing better than average,
if he's making less money than me,
so this
if
is
he's making less money than me, if he's not living as well as me, if he's not driving as nicest cars I'm driving, he's doing worse than me, and I can't be bothered with him.
Think about it this way, Robbie, because if we really want to get granular with it, most men are actually, even if they make less money, are not doing worse than women. Women have more consumer debt. Women have more college debt. Women will weigh down the cost of the debt to income ratio if y'all go buy a house. So you may not net worth wise be doing better than him if we really want to get granular with it, but I ain't gonna do that right now. All right.
So his
60 may be better than your 100. His 60 may be better than your 100 because if you got a lot of debt. Okay, so let's hold on. You know who you talking to.
No, Mike. We're gonna pause it right there because again, I said doing worse than me. I do not care what if it's 60, if it's 100K. Me and Thanos just did a show about them 100K salaries and how y'all think y'all really doing so great, but a lot of y'all is really
I broke it down. Nobody knows how little that amount of money is till they actually make it. Until you have a house and children.
Myself, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep saying this. Y'all better stop listening to these starlet wannabes on social media talking to you about they left a dude because he didn't make more money than them. That is not the real reason why Shorty left that dude.
But it's a component. So the thing is this: women are going to listen. Men are dropping out of working a lot, right? And if women like men that work, your numbers are dwindling to the men that are available that actually want to work, actually went to school, actually make a certain amount of money in which you're willing to risk a relationship. Women relationship criteria and having sex criteria is different for women. Women are willing to have sex with something, and it may not be the relationship criteria. So she was sleeping with him and found out, oh, this thing really hidden. Let me see if I can make a relationship out of it because y'all do that. Y'all don't listen. Y'all don't tend to take a good time.
Look at her face. Look at her face. Look at her face.
Let me make my point. Listen, let me make my point, right? Women don't tend to take a good time from a man that was popping and go, I'm going to not call him no more. Y'all tend to have a very hard time of doing that. Even when you know he might not do good in a relationship, but man, that stuff is hidden and I ain't hurting for money. Notice how she said, I got my own money, but she still have a requirement for him to have money, right? Maybe that makes sense, maybe it don't, right? And then when she said, oh, he just got to be stable, and the guy countered, was he not stable? She's like, well, he kind of was. I'm just making excuses for why I don't want to be with him because really, I need to feel like you better than me, and you're not better than me. And so the point that I was making is women went from I want equality under laws, I want equality, to I want empowerment, meaning they also said I can do whatever a man can do. Which means you weren't trying to do better than the man. You thought you could do what a man could do because that was your standard. Now your standard is I can do better than a man. There are women that saying that they can outperform men, changing the viewpoint and standard, which means it used to be if you could do what a man can do, that's impressive. Hey, you're a woman and you can do what a man can do. Wow. Now women are saying I can do better than men. That changes the whole dynamics of everything. And so she's saying, you must be better than me. Like seriously, how can that work? Over time, if women are performing at the levels that they're capable of performing and they're not willing to evolve their standards, and I'm sorry, if part of your standards is that men don't cheat on you, what would make a man not want to cheat? He just don't want to cheat?
Listen, I mean, the way men's nature is set up, if I'm to believe what I'm told on social media, y'all really just can't help yourselves. Y'all wake up and slip into vagina, I guess. But at the end of the day, these women that are just allowing themselves to be influenced by penis power, they're dignitized or whatever, those are the same women that open their legs up too fast, open legs and empty heads. First of all, you're not even supposed to be just sleeping with nobody any old hoes way. So you hoes got to stop being hoes and stop giving up your vagina to people before you even know their real name. I tell people all the time, stop sleeping around. Like, why do you not know what a man is making? Why do you not know what it's hitting for? Why do you not know if he is the type of man that you could see yourself building a future with? Why is everybody quick to want to just bust it wide open? Like, what the hell is really going on? And why are we co-signing that behavior as a society?
Yeah, let me make this point.
Can I interject with another harsh truth? And I think this is something that Raw B may take offense to, even though she kind of like explained it perfectly. Men are generally better than women, and women expect men to be better than women to the point where they will punish you if you're not better than them. That's what you just saw. That's the explanation right there. She came across a man who she determined was not better than him, and she will punish him by cutting off the coochie. That's how that works. And it always goes that way. They expect us to be better, and then they are dejected when we're not.
Well, here's the count. Here's the
Damn,
count.
that's facts, bro. That's facts.
She didn't say he wasn't smarter than me. She didn't say he wasn't stronger than me. She didn't say that he whatever. The only thing that she highlighted was I was making more money than him, which to a man tells us, oh, so money makes you look at us as we're better than you. So when y'all say, man, stop using y'all money, well, y'all telling us that's what make y'all listen and shut up. So how can a guy understand if what you're saying is the thing that will put you in your so-called place is money, and then say money can't control you or don't try to control me with money? Make that make sense to a guy when you're basically telling him, I do what I'm told to do if you got that paper, but if you don't, I'm going to act up. Why would we not say
Harry, you remember what I told you last time I was here? I got in trouble for saying it, but you remember what I said.
I got
it does make sense to men. That's why they're always talking about high value men have options, because men of money and men of means fully understand. Like Bill Gates, they have full license to do whatever they want with a certain demographic of woman, because a certain demographic of woman doesn't have any principles. She is for the highest bidder. Y'all think y'all disrespecting women when y'all call them 304s? What do 304s do? Hoes been getting paid their whole entire life to be hoes. You pay a hoe to go away. And that's what y'all be doing. Y'all be paying these hoes to go away. And to those that are like, oh my God, Rumpy is holding women accountable. Oh my God, I'm going to need you to go into the archives. I always tell people, keep their legs closed and stop sleeping with people. Ain't no need for nobody to be sleeping with nobody that they don't want to have a serious relationship with. That's why mad people got kids that they don't want, these oops babies, these accidents. People be complaining about child support and not taking care of their kids correctly. And then we having these conversations about the power dynamic because people want to be treating grown adults like they children. And at the end of the day, if you really about your business, if you're about your life, if you want to have a sustainable relationship, a family, if you want to be with someone that's on your level or above, then you're not opening your legs to everybody. Then you're not putting your penis in everybody's vagina. You're making wise decisions.
No. Men have always tried to put their penis in as many vaginas to attractive women as possible. So we're not going to.
You're right. Men still gonna be hoeing around. Y'all still gonna be hoes. But women, y'all got to stop getting caught up. I wish the hell I would be dignitized from some dude that's going to destroy
Men can't be hoes, bro.
Y'all better whatever.
Hoeing is exclusive to female nature.
Okay, yep. You see that, women? The hood conservative is not somebody you open your legs to. I'm just playing hood conservative. It's just jokes. But seriously, though, at the end of the day, stop giving your victory, your privacy, and your treasure to everybody, especially somebody that's going to tear your whole life up for what? Y'all don't even know people's names. Like, that be the shit that be killing me. How do you sleep with somebody and you don't know their name, though? Their name now?
So no, well, they're not gonna.
Because I'm a man. God damn it, that's how.
So now that women have leveled up, which I understand, women have leveled up. They step their game up. They get in that bag. They getting this money, right? But the problem is when we have this feminism talk, right? It's always this equality, which is lies, and then they evolve it to just a simple statement, which is we want choice, right? Which you can't have equality if we get to choose what we want, right? Don't really work like that, but that's the decision that they're willing to take. So the part that I become confused at is this, right? There has never been a time where we had equality or balance, ever. There's always been more men either hanging at the top, concentration in the middle, straggles at the bottom. We've always had hierarchies and unbalanced areas. There's never been, hey, we got 50 women working on this floor, 50 men working on the next floor. Men got there and we got the balance. There is no actual balance that exists. And what women have learned is this: you actually coming into this workforce has threw off the balance that we adjusted to. So we never actually had a balance, but what we did was balance with what we had. So how society was currently constructed, we balanced it within that. Now we have decided to tip the equilibrium. And we said, well, women are going to outperform men and they're going to be in the same workplace as them. So now the scale is tipping even further for women to find mates. Women are always complaining, I can't find a man on my level. Well, you can find one or two, but it ain't enough that's on the level that you think that exists. If you got education and men are saying, I'm not falling for that trap like that no more, or they don't know how to use it, because I've seen women, man, the way they get grants, the way women can find money, men can't compete. I swear they just giving money and scholarships to women.
Yeah.
Men don't even have the ability to go search online, write a essay, and they don't know where to go. And I've seen women track money down like bloodhound. They smell money, they track that free money down. So they're not going to be able to get to college at the same rates that a women are going to go to. And they're also not making money at the same rates that the women are making as we start to look at the younger generation, because all the older generation are already established. So we're talking about where the developing hierarchy is existing. And if that's the case, if where we're moving to is this unbalance that exists, what do you think is going to happen with women who actually want to be in a relationship with men? They have no option.
Wait a minute now. Because somebody said to me today, the hand that rocks the cradle rocks the world. So if women know how to get all of these grants, women know how to track down all of these free money, women are having all of these single children, why are not women tracking down the money for their male children? See, that's the thing. And this is where...
What does that mean? What does that mean?
If you no, because if you're saying that women know how to track down all this free money, it's women that are running these households. It's women that are actually running the world right now. Unfortunately, because men have utilized their option to leave. These men not raising their kids. They ain't raising their kids. They ain't staying.
No.
They having sex with 7 women unprotected, and I ain't take care of them kids.
It's an easy answer to your question, because it's actually a good question, because women are actually, because they don't have control over their sons. So by the time their sons to a certain age, their sons is out in gangs, their sons out running the streets, they have lost control, which they have lost the desire to actually go out and try to search for getting for college. How are they going to do that when he can't make grades? How are they going to get these? How?
So then that means that maybe some dads should stick around and
No. Now you switch.
I don't know.
You see that blame shifting? That's wild blame shifting. And by the way,
what are you talking about?
Well, no, because because you start from it. You start.
If he said that women know how to find free money and women are raising their sons and their daughters equally and they can find free money, then there should be no absolutely no issue with finding funding for colleges, which got Aaron to come to the further point that, well, women don't have control over their sons, which means that women are ineffective at raising men, which means that little boys need to go to their dad. So I'm advocating for fathers, and you're telling me that's blame shifting. This is the crack that be on YouTube.
So
are you done now? No, are you done? Are you done? Because I don't want to interrupt the lady and then be, called all type of misogynist names and stuff. So here's the deal. If you're a man and you want to raise your children properly, the first person to get in your way is the woman, especially if you're black. So this idea that the men need to just magically come back as if they just were, they Thanos themselves is bullshit. If you're a man and you want to raise your children, you have to do battle with the woman, and women will never acknowledge that. For every woman complaining about their kids and they need help, I bet you she won't give that baby to the daddy though. You say the man needs to come back. The man needs to come back, but the women don't want to give the babies up.
Exactly.
Come back to what? Come back for what? Why should he come back if you won't give the baby up? You
But
can't
guess
fucking
what?
do it anyway.
If you feel that women are not going to let you have access to your babies, then you should be more selective where you drop off your
God.
But
yeah.
we just
What
had
about the
somebody,
cousin,
and we just had somebody
See,
all over social media
blame
talking about how
shifting.
he was sleeping with 7 women, and if there's children, those are not his kids, and he's not taking care of them. So is that the women?
Those
keeping
kids belong to all 7 women. Those kids belong to each woman.
Or is that
Hold
him
on,
not
hold on,
wanting to
Hood
participate with his children?
Hold on, Hood
Like,
Conservative.
stop the bullshit.
Hold on, Robbie. I love when people use this example of, they call them 7-on-7 on my show. Okay, so 7-on-7. I want you to understand that, Robbie, you need to stop using him as an example, because if you don't notice that there's the women outnumber the men in this category. Okay, so you keep talking about one man that did things to 7 women. There's one dude, but 7 women. You can't ignore that. 7 idiots to 1 idiot. You can't get me to believe or get me to turn on men because of those 7 women that you're not acknowledging. Okay, let me make something.
I see you got the microphone on to your mouth, right? But see, now here's where the idiocracy lies, right? Each one of those women individually will get pregnant.
Yeah.
They will have children to take care of.
Yeah.
But that idiot that has slept with 7 women and potentially created life with 7 women, once
Yes.
all 7 of those women catch up to him, that dude's life is over because he has to now financially contribute to 7 women. So guess
You're
what?
absolutely right, and you're absolutely right.
Right, he's the biggest
But
idiot.
hear me out. Hear me out.
Mhm.
There are 6 other men that don't give a damn about what that nigga did, that are handling their business, but yet you calling all those other 6, telling them they ain't shit because of that one nigga. That is why I don't like this argument about this guy. It's like you yelling at everybody on the panel for something that nigga did. It makes no sense.
What I'm saying
That
is,
man, hold on. That man is a necessary evil. Let me tell you why. He is a necessary evil because niggas like him have always existed. I don't even know what the fucking outrage is. Okay, I don't know what the outrage is. There are no more percentage of pookies in this world or degenerates than have ever been in the world by percentage. Women just knew your value was greater than to fuck with those niggas. So now that y'all bending over and letting those niggas skeeting you, that's what the fuck y'all get. That's all I got to say.
But this is the thing. There's a whole ton of dudes like him in these streets that's running around having children. And guess what? Every dude that's hold tight, what? Because people don't sit there and tell. How many people actually run around here telling you, go into the CDC or to the doctor's office, yeah, I done had sex with 10 women unprotected. They might be pregnant, but I don't give a shit because those ain't my kids. That's not the narrative that people spin. And I want people to fully understand. It's not just pookies doing that. It's dudes in suits doing that. It's doctors doing that. It's lawyers doing that. It's dudes with money doing that. What are y'all talking about right now?
That's not true. That's not true.
Lord,
I mean,
I don't know.
Even if it were true, that's not our problem. That is the problem of free women. You are free. Those are your problems. Why should I care that some dude skeeted on you and ran away?
Why should I care? Hold tight. Why should I care as a woman if you have to go through the trials and?
But you don't care. I already know you don't care. I know you don't care. So we're not even gonna play that game.
So now we're gonna play the talking over somebody game, conservative. I thought you were better than that. Oh my god. So why should women care? Why should women care if there is an issue with men in society when they're crying about child support and they're crying about custody battles, because at the end of the day, if you're not dropping your semen off in nobody's vagina, then that is a non sequitur. That's something you never have to worry about. That requires accountability on your damn self.
Yeah, but we have to be careful with that, because yes, that's a black issue more. But remember that child support also involves divorce, right? It also involves, like, let's be real and responsible about this. But let me ask you, Raw B, who grants access to sex?
Oh my God, this
Women do. Women do. Okay, so blaming men or all men for the actions of the person that grants access to sex, it's like the TSA. It's like somebody gets in through the TSA with a knife and then stabs one of the other passengers, and you blame the other passenger for not patting down the person that stabbed them instead of blaming the goddamn TSA. Who granted access? I understand if you want to blame both parties, but don't ever leave the TSA out of the damn equation.
First of all,
y'all are the TSA. Y'all let the nigga shoot up your box.
I know
okay?
You came late to the show, but I've already addressed the fact that women should not be having sex with the raggedy dudes in the world. I already addressed the fact that women are the ones that allow access, and now I'm addressing men. And I know it's hard for men to take this bitter pill of full damn accountability. But see, as a woman that did not have children with every single dude hither and yard, that never had to go to the chop shop, you understand what I'm saying? I know that there is personal accountability and responsibility in reproductive health. So if you know as a man you want to sit there and sleep with women, I know men that have slept with a lot of women and they don't have nobody's damn kids because they were very responsible with their sexual behaviors, and they wasn't dropping off a load of semen in every single vagina that they came across. So when you say to men, don't put yourself in that position to have to worry about abandoning a child or have to worry about paying child support by not dropping your semen off in every vagina, especially if that's your nature and you can't control yourself. And it's all this pushback. Men as a whole make themselves look utterly ridiculous because you are basically telling men that it is okay for them to skeet everywhere. And then you go and lament with them when they're crying about the responsibility that comes along with that.
But you understand that everything you just said, you're not talking to, and black men, we could just keep it on black men. Most black men don't do that. Most black men do wear condoms and don't get these women pregnant. You're talking to a small group of men and yelling at all of us for their transgression. Yes, you are.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And the 7 on 7 on 12 on 10, dude, proves the theory to be accurate. Sherelle said a couple months back.
Oh, he's the minority, though.
Sherelle said a couple of months back, right? If you
I
don't,
think you proved me right. But go ahead.
If you don't sign a birth certificate, then you are not a father.
That is also rare. That's also rare.
What do you mean it's also rare?
I
can bet you if we put a poll in the chat right now of all these people that are in here, how many of these people will look at their birth certificate and it will say their mama's name and no daddy name?
Now, because that's a moot point. Because if a woman applies for child support, she just has to put the name there, even if his name is not on the birth certificate. Hey, put his name that this is the father. They gonna send out one of those people to go deliver the letter. Hey, you need to go take this test, whether he gets it or not. If he don't show up to court, by default, he is considered the father, whether he signed a birth certificate or not. So we're not about to go off on that tangent. That's a moot point. We've already argued that out. Fine, we accept it, whatever. Here's the problem. Here's the point that y'all don't understand, right? This is what Trigger Mike is not saying the way that he needs to say it. That man with 7 children and not taking care of none of them is the antidote to women having this sexual freedom. See, if y'all want to sleep with whoever y'all want, whenever y'all want, the outcome is you get a guy like that who won't take care of his children. If you're not,
it's a bitter pill, isn't it?
It's not a bitter pill for me because I know how to keep my legs loose and
not you,
pregnant.
Robbie.
No, I know, but yeah, you're right. Women out here, stop sleeping with these men, and I've been saying this for years, and I'm gonna keep on saying it. Keep your damn legs closed. Stop fucking dudes.
But Robbie, here's the problem. What do women say? At least sleeping with a man with some money. At least make sure he got a job. It ain't. At least make sure he wants to be a father. It's never that. It's always make sure he got a good job and some money, girl. If you're gonna sleep with him, make sure he getting some money. And the guy, like, that stuff is crazy. But Money rules everything. Apparently,
Can I call Cap on something too, real quick? And I don't know if you caught this. And as much as Raw B talked about guys coming back to actually like physically be a father, when it came to that one dude with 7 kids, all she really cared about is him paying child support. Which is really that's what they mean when they say be a father to your children. They just want you to pay some money. They don't really care about the actual hours in. They just want the money. Long as the money comes, they consider you checking the box of fatherhood.
Yes, talk about it real, Robbie.
I kind of do agree with that. I kind of
Robbie, listen to this. Robbie, hold on. Because every time men try to force, so y'all think we up here saying that men shouldn't trying to absolve men of their accountability.
Right.
I advocate for full accountability of men. Force all niggas to take care of their own kids. Do you think most women will be willing today? If you just can't raise these kids, if you having trouble, go drop them off at their father's doorstep. Do you think women are willing to do that?
Nope.
Yep. Yes,
Nope.
they are.
No. In fact, they don't even have to pay child support to him. Do you think they're willing to do that?
Most
men wasn't y'all just running up a video and the mother was horrible because she said, y'all win, I'm dropping my son off with his daddy because I don't like him and he looked like his daddy and all of this and all of that, and y'all was dragging her for filth on how much of a horrible mother she was. There are women all over the country.
You use the worst examples.
No. That's
she deserves to be dragged.
That's my video.
For that explanation.
No. That was my show.
Yes,
So
women want to drop. Women want to drop the kids off. They want to drop the kids off. Go with your damn daddy.
But listen,
because she hates the child.
Hated him.
That's a great example. Let's talk about
But it doesn't matter because there's a lot of women.
Examples ever.
No,
because she hates the child, that's the only time I can get my child.
No,
exactly.
Thank you. Because you hate them.
So you actually you just proved a point.
You know what, Robbie? You know what?
No, do you know how many women hate their kids? Like, do you know how many women hate their kids and just want to drop their kids off? If you sit here, you're really paying attention to what a lot of these single mothers are saying on social media. They hate their kids. They hate their responsibility of taking care of their kids by themselves. They are more than willing to be like, you know what, here, take this kid because they cannot handle the responsibility alone. So yes, she said that on social media. Now, did she really like actually hate the kid more so than the responsibility?
I agree with that. I agree with what you said because I've literally made shows on how evil single mothers are, and that's part of some of the points that I use. But the problem is this: they normally want to drop the kid off to a man that ain't got nothing. Like they be like, man, I wish you would come get this child. I don't want him. That guy trash. They never drop that kid back off to Carmelo Anthony. Oh, I don't want no child support. Here you go. Go ahead, take you in your bag. They never say men with money keep your child. They usually talk about the guy that don't have no capacity to do it and be like, I wish you would take care of this child. Man with no legs, no arms, can't do nothing. They want to give him the child. Go get that child for the man that's getting money. They never want to do that. She gonna be mad as hell that he getting money and got his child. He all the way winning. She gonna be on the sideline mad as hell, like I ain't getting no money for this child. I just had this damn baby and I ain't getting nothing for it. Women want something for producing children. That's just the fact. That's what y'all want. Y'all want something from it. We don't know what y'all want. I've literally asked the question, what do we owe you? Y'all never answer. I guess y'all want us to buy you a house, a new car, go to the NBA. That's why we always selling drugs. I'm just saying, get that man that's getting a bag his child and see how this world change.
Listen, on that, I have to agree because, again, a lot of people are not having children because they're planning them. A lot of people having these oops babies, like how I said. So if you having an oops baby, of course you want to get a bag off the oops baby. Of course you want to get a benefit off the oops baby.
Now it's of course.
Again,
terrorism tonight, or I expected more.
What do you mean? I always talk to y'all about these damn oops babies, these unwanted ass kids running around this world. We got a whole bunch of unwanted ass kids because everybody wants to have sex, but nobody don't want to have the responsibility. And when I was talking to y'all about the community planning children, y'all was acting like I'm fucking stupid because black people don't plan kids. Meanwhile, I'm a black person, black in America with children. Both my children planned, conceived to the date and the specification that I wanted them to happen on. Manifesting.
No, you do not get to do it. Do not.
But that was a different
experience for this conversation. conversation. No.
That was a
Listen,
different
what I'm
subject,
saying-
though. You're right, but that was a different subject.
But the point is that people need to be, when people don't plan their children, when people are not responsible for their sexual health and behavior, when people are having oops babies, then you get this push, and this need for equality. But can you mute up, conservative? Like, your feedback is blowing mine. Thank you. When you have people giving this, you have this push for equality, because now it's like, damn, I need to be equal to this man because this man just busted off of me and then he left me with all this responsibility. So it's not balanced. So that's when you see the control being pushed. Well, he busted off of me. He left me with this responsibility. So I'm going to push back at him. I'm going to get into his pocket so he can be miserable too. It's an equal misery that people are pushing for.
But it's not equal misery, though.
Equal misery.
No.
Okay.
But it is.
I like the honesty here. I like it.
That
I like
is not. They usually don't get upset until they find out he don't want to be with her no more. That's when they
exactly.
start
Hey, let me address something. Hold on, Raw B and Fantasy Island Girl. Let me address something that I said on my show. Do y'all think women are so bitter because once they're not with the dude anymore, they realize they don't want the kid either?
Yeah.
They only wanted the kid with the dude. Do you think?
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Yep.
Let's talk about it.
I think they wanted the man, and they wanted the man to want them. And when they had the child, they wanted the man to want them and the child. And because they didn't get that dynamic that they wanted, they're disappointed.
Whew. Well, I mean, I know. I'm just seeing if we can talk about it real good. Yeah. I mean, that's really what we know. And the worst part about it is, I told you, I'm forcing. I would want to. Don't make me president or governor of Texas. It's about to get real on dudes. I will force custody on dads. It's better for the child either way. Either way, it's better for the child.
We projecting a little too much. That's never going to happen, Trigger Mike, and you know it, because you can't even legally. That'd be almost impossible to legislate. That'd be almost impossible because we technically don't even legislate.
I disagree. What you have to do, okay, that's a good one. What you actually have to do is be willing to penalize women. So it's not going to happen 100%. You have to penalize women the same way you penalize men. In this climate or the way the laws are written now, absolutely not. But missed visitation on document, penalize her ass.
Yeah, I agree.
A certain amount of strikes, it's like, lady, you're going to lose custody of this kid.
If we penalize women, we would get a change. The problem is they're more so incentivized because most of the women that are willing to take those actual benefits is the women that actually ain't doing much with their lives.
I think that's an argument for us to have more women in leadership positions. So then when they call these women out, it's not sexist. They're not going to be able to use it's because I'm a woman card. So the agenda will be pushed because they can't throw the sexism card on it. We both want the same things. If we're logical thinkers, we want the society to move forward. So we want women to start being forced to take accountability like men, some logical thinking women. So they should be in charge to keep the women in charge, because you cannot use just like black people. You need black people in charge so they can't use the race card when you tell them that you're not working hard enough, you're not doing enough, you're not doing your responsibilities. It's not because I'm white, I don't understand your plight. I'm black and I'm telling you this. It's the same thing. It's not because I'm a man and I could never understand. I never had a period and la 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 la. I don't have endometriosis. No,
they do it in the government all the time. Your white supervisor will go get another black person to go tell them something because they don't.
I've seen that before.
I have seen it and I've experienced it. So tell that soldier to cut his hair.
Yep.
Or why does he have to cut his hair? Because it's unkempt. Why is it unkempt? Because it's all messy and kinky. It's nappy. No, it's just.
Let me ask you this, Fantasy, because I know you've been listening for a minute. Do you agree with Robbie that women want power over women instead of the power over men?
I think that's dishonest. I think women want power over everyone, men and women. They want to be the ultimate power, especially these ultimate radical feminists. They want power over everyone. And I think she kind of said that anyway, because she said women already have power over men.
Yeah.
So in that vein, then All they need to do now is get power over women, and they're good. But yeah, that we both agree that that's the end goal, to be all powerful.
So the people that have power, how did they get their power? Because if I play this out of my head, which I tend to try to do, I don't see a way in which a woman can get power. I just don't. I played it out. I don't see it.
A man will give it to her if
See,
she works the right way. A man will give it to her if she works the right way. If she can get him to understand her, if you can get him to be on her page, or if she can be on his page and he feels comfortable enough with her carrying that torch, he'll still give her power. So either way, she's going to be able to get that power from a man if she can manipulate him well, or if they're on the same page and he doesn't see a problem with her taking over because they think the same way.
But what power? So me and you together. I know it's weird, because
okay, whatever.
How do you get power over me, and what do you do with that power? What's the power that you want?
I can't speak for all women on that. I can't even speak for the majority of women on that, because I don't understand why the fighting is happening. I get what I want in every relationship I'm in. He gets what he wants. I get what I want, and everything is cool until distance. Usually, somebody moves away.
Okay, so are you saying that the issue then comes that somebody either wants more than they should be given, or more than what they work for? Because when you're saying you get what you want and they get what they want, are you saying in these situations one person is getting what they want and the other person is not?
Yep.
No, I think we want different things. So he's providing something to me that he doesn't care about, and I'm providing something to him that I'm not feeling like I'm losing in. Like, if you want to have sex, I want to have sex. Yay, that's a win. You want to be fed, I want to be fed. Yay, that's a win. You want to communicate effectively, I want to communicate effectively. Yay, that's a win. I want money. You don't care about your money.
So the reason why I think I have a problem with women gaining power is because if the way that the power structure exists, that is controlled by men, it's also enforced by men. And I don't see how a woman can get men to enforce things that are at the detriment of all of the men. So like some women can have some power, right? But how do you get the enforcement aspect of things if men don't comply to do it? And most of the reason the men comply is because other men make them comply.
I don't think we should be advocating for things that men in large don't agree with. So you shouldn't, as a woman, you shouldn't be capable of convincing a man to try to convince the majority that he's wrong. There's a problem there. The majority usually is on playing with each other, so that's what's normal. So you trying to force a new norm onto people is problematic. You pushing an idea to a man should just be something that is adjusting things to make it whatever plan we all want possibly work better. But you shouldn't be trying to derail the plan to just jump like, okay, we're all trying to go to the moon. Hey, let's go to Venus. No, we're focused on going to the moon. How are we going to get there? How are you contributing to that? Oh, I have an idea. Okay, push it up. That's useful. You telling us we should stop and focus on Venus is not helpful. So don't listen to her.
Okay, would you say most men yield power through money, and hence this is why women are trying to acquire money to get to yield power?
I think money, and they give them access also. Like they give them, they bring them into these spaces with these powerful people on their arm. If they're with a powerful man has a woman with him, he's bringing her to these spaces with all these powerful people. So if she has the right influence and she has the right charisma and she has the right mindset, she's on your page, she can help you grow just with her charisma and her feminine wiles. She can help move your agenda forward. But if she's not like that, you've just given this woman access to all these men that can help throw your plan off course.
So I've heard women say that this feminist fight, this feminism is for all women all across the goddamn world. Not just the US. They want women to be empowered every goddamn where. That's what they say, right? Now, we know we've had female prime ministers in a lot of other countries, right? They are the de facto leaders in their country, right? Even in those countries, women are claiming they're in a patriarchy. even in those countries. So I don't believe women actually have an issue with a patriarchy. I think they use it as a talking point to try to adjust the form of power because men are weak to women. The weak men. See, guys like Trigger Mike Thanos are like, nah, we not playing that game. Nah, we not playing the game. But the weak men who can't get no women, guys that like myself, I have to acknowledge that I can't get no women, but but I still have a sense of control over myself, right? But the other guys, right? They can't get no women and they mad. They are the issue because those women manipulate them. And then when they're used up, they want to go to Thanos. Hey, I used him up. He did what I needed. Can I get with you, big dog? Like, let me get on your team. Like, nah, player.
No,
we don't
sir.
go like that. So it's just like, go ahead, Robbie. What is it?
I don't believe that that's true, and I believe that that's why there's such a push for femininity, because even a strong man is going to acquiesce to his woman's desires and needs and wants if she utilizes femininity.
Take the word acquiesce out.
See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all
You
got
try to dress it up. That's that ranch
listen.
and French.
We will
I don't understand the reason of the disingenuousness. Like,
we will dismiss.
What do you mean?
I feel like you're being disingenuous. I feel like if you want to say something and you're being passive aggressive, if you want to say something, I think you should say it so that we can have an understanding, because there's no reason for us to be up here sneak dissing, throwing jabs. Blah, blah. I mean, we can get cute, we can play. But
who is sneak dissing and throwing jabs?
Talking like this and like this and you're sneak dissing those women. So I just feel like
you're new.
That's what I'm getting from that.
You're new. You don't know me, so it's cool that you feel that way. But people that know me on this platform know that I utilize a multitude of accents and tonalities when I'm talking. It's not about passive aggressive at all, because I'm pretty sure
What was it for?
Because I can.
What was the reason?
Because I'm not dry. That's why.
The reason.
But the
was
point
to be
is
snippy.
this. The point is, actually, it really wasn't, but you
Okay,
sensitive.
we can agree to disagree.
I seen you be sensitive the other day.
We can agree to disagree.
I know you got sensitivity. See, I'm very much
agree to
direct.
disagree
I'm
now.
very much direct. But at the end of the day,
Already said this.
do you have a strong husband?
I have a strong boyfriend.
Do you get a boyfriend? Oh, well, that says a lot. But anyway, women that have strong men on their shoulder and on their side, they have the tendency to get their way a lot. And it's by using femininity. If you sit there and you're having a conversation with your boyfriend or your husband or whoever, and you want something, you have to utilize femininity. See, most women know how you get things that you want from a man is you approach him in a certain manner. You explain things to him in a manner that he's going to understand, which is why men are always talking about women don't get their way in these spaces because they're not feminine. They're very dry. They're very aggressive. They're very attack doggish.
Yeah, why do you
And
say
they
most
can-
women know that?
Well, you're right. Good women know that. Let me clarify. Good women know.
So we know this, and you didn't refute
Oh,
anything
we.
that I was saying.
But
I was
exactly,
saying that.
because you
So
jumped out the
we
window.
know this.
You jumped out the window, and I wasn't talking to you, shorty. At the
It
end of
doesn't
the
matter
day.
that you weren't talking to me. I was checking. I was
You
checking
weren't checking
your
shit.
behavior.
You were trying to.
I
You were
was
trying
checking
to, and
your
you failed
behavior.
horribly. Just like how
I
you
was
failed on
checking your
Fight Club
behavior.
when you was running around
There's no
calling
reason
black
for
people
you
niggas,
to.
calling black
I
people
said what I
niggas, but you
said.
was upset.
I
'cause
said
they
what
was
I
talking about
said.
because they was
I
talking about
said
your
what
white
I
boyfriend.
said.
Because they was talking about your white boyfriend.
It's
All
not
right.
because they were talking about my
Ladies.
white boyfriend.
Yeah, you was
You're
crying.
Ladies.
you're
You was
you're
crying.
distracting the
Aw, look at you. You
conversation
crying.
Ladies.
because
Look at
you're
you
upset
crying.
that I tried to
You
check you
upset.
on your
You
tone. But this
upset?
is exactly the
Are you
problem.
upset,
You're still
darling?
talking over me
Oh, you're upset.
when you
I
have nothing of
am. I'm
value
gonna
to
talk
add.
over
I'm
you
trying to
because I
discuss
wasn't
something.
talking to
You're
you.
just
And
talking
at the
over
end of the
me.
day, you
Who are
came
you
up
talking
here
to
because I had
now?
a lot. I had a
Who are you
lot of
talking to
value to
now?
add. I'm
Bro,
talking
this a
to
whole girl
you.
fight.
I'm talking
I
to
don't
you.
understand. You're
I'm
not
talking
saying
to you
anything of
and
value
those.
to me.
Oh, okay. It doesn't even
Okay.
matter because you weren't
So
saying anything
there's
of
no
value to
reason
me
to
because I
continue.
wasn't talking to you. I can say
I'm not
whatever I
talking
want to
to
say,
you.
darling.
I'm
Okay,
speaking to
well,
the
but you
panel.
are.
I'm
But
trying
you
to speak to
are.
the
But you
panel,
are because
and
every
you
time I
are
talk, you're
interrupting.
trying to say
You
something
hold on
because you
so you
want to
can
have a
calm down.
moment. Who's not calm? Your edge is not calm. I see how you like to use that edge control, honey, but it didn't help you. Boom to that. How about that way?
Your
Anyway,
sign language
Aaron.
isn't helping your argument. So like I was
Aaron.
saying,
Anyway, Aaron, like how I was
okay.
saying, Good women can get married and not have children and be living in a house that is cluttered. Good women know how to secure a marriage from a man. And they do that by utilizing their femininity. Now, when we look at history, women have, in fact, caused whole entire wars based off of using femininity. So when you see women like this, they're like, oh my God, if you say something, it's going to derail. There's women that have caused literal whole wars and caused great gains for a society.
All right. Let me make a point, Robbie.
You really believe men died over a pretty face, though? You really believe
hold
that?
on, conservative. Hold on, conservative. I don't know if Aaron staged this whole thing for y'all tonight, but I want to take y'all back about 3 minutes to when he said women, what he said about patriarchy. And the funniest thing about it is that women actually don't have a problem with patriarchy, because if you actually do, what you're saying is you would rather live within a matriarchy. And the reason I have proof that women don't want to live in a matriarchy is because when you only have women present, the shit that just happened is what happens. Go to a female-dominated workplace and ask a woman if they want a female leader. That's what it sounds like all goddamn day. Okay? I worked in healthcare with all women. They don't like leading each other. That's what it sounds like in their workplace without a patriarchy. So if you needed an example of what will go down where no men are present and no men are leading, just scroll back for the last 5 minutes and see.
Hey, Trigger Mike, you can even go back to Trigger Mike. Go back to the military and the government all day long when they got women.
They don't even like each other.
It's brutal.
It's not that we don't like each other. That's
y'all don't like each other, Fantasy Hour.
I don't know her.
Y'all literally say
in that moment. No,
y'all women say I hate.
I was checking her tone in that moment and her behavior in that moment.
She wasn't checking anything. She was trying to. She was trying to, and
that's what I was doing.
She got taken.
You can tell me what I was doing.
I told the rest.
Thank you, Marvel. You can tell them. You can tell them what I was doing, and I'll tell them what I was doing also.
Oh my God, are your titties?
Now we're sharing. Now we're sharing.
Is that your best attribute?
Now we're sharing.
Your titties.
Do you want to communicate effectively, or do you want to talk about my breasts? Because we can talk about my breasts. I like to talk about.
I don't communicate with you for what.
So let's go back to the conversation.
How you doing, boo? But anyway, women do definitely want to live in a patriarchy. But it goes back to what I said initially. Women that are feminists, they want to try to control
women want that?
Other women. Who? Because
why do you believe women want to live in a patriarchy? Like, what's the evidence that you have to support that?
Because women is always doing the most, trying to get men, like showing off their titties and being on Instagram, acting all thotty bodies and sleeping with anybody and just accepting any type of treatment and not ever being wifed up because they want to be with a man.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a follow-up real quick.
Talking about a specific woman, but you're talking about that woman as if she's here listening to you. She's not here.
I want to, ladies, I want to address this issue directly. Robbie, why is it that women who like men don't get along with women who don't like men?
I don't know.
What? There's something about women who get along with men seem to have an issue with women who don't get along with men, and I'm wondering what the gap is between these two women. Like these two archetypes.
They're delusional. The women that don't get along with men.
I'm sorry, is your name Robbie? Because I thought your name was Fantasy Island Girl. The plane.
I thought he was talking to the panel.
Oh, he said Robbie. He said Robbie, darling. Okay. Robbie, not Island Girl.
Continue.
So anyway, women that like men, that get along with men, can kind of have more empathy towards the mindset of men. And then you have other women that like pretend like they like men, that want to sit there and try to pander or mammy or shuck and jive and try to lick the ass of men. Women that actually get along with men have valuable, meaningful conversations with men. And the women that are panderers and that are mammies are too busy trying to lick in behind, and men don't really respect them. They allow them to talk because, it's an ego boost. But men like to have conversations with genuine women.
I agree with that. And that's why the men approve of the women that are actually on their side, and the women that are on their side have a problem with the other women because they realize that those women that have problems with other men, they also have problems with other women. They're confrontational, and nobody likes to be around those type of people. So we have the same issue with those women as the men do, because it's very difficult to try to have a conversation with somebody if they're going to be immature, if they're going to throw slick shots, if they're going to be combative, if they don't care about anything you say, then you can't have a conversation of value. You're not getting anywhere. So it's pointless and it's frustrating for everyone involved.
So let's try to switch this to a respect thing, right? So I have this thought process, right? Y'all might have an issue with it, but initially, right? When we talk about respect, like women want men to respect them, right? I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound crazy. It's never gonna happen. I know that sounds crazy, right? Never gonna happen. The way that men respect men is when they get in the boxing gloves and they boxing. If the other guy knock you out, he don't respect you. He just dominated you. He like, I appreciate you didn't run, but I just knocked you out. But when they fighting, they go 12 rounds and neither of them win, it's a tie. There's an equivalent amount of respect there. See, the thing is, men tend to appreciate women. We tend to protect women. We tend to care for women. But respecting them, when I hear women say, I want to be respected, I don't actually believe men are capable of that. Now, this is just thought process, just playing it out. But I don't think men can respect y'all the way that they can respect a man, because there's a certain level that you have. Like, there's a general level of respect people think that exists. Like, you just give to human beings, right? We say that to be politically correct. But as far as respect goes, most men tend to respect men that are either on their level and can meet them at a certain impact to where they go, oh, I respect him. Like, I just don't know that men can actually do that for women. And I hear this claim from women all the time, I need to be respected. And in my mind is, if you don't change that word to something else, you ain't never getting it. To that, you say what?
I'd say I can accept all the other adjectives, because I already know you're not going to listen to us unless you want to hear us. You want us to shut up. I already know that. So I can take the loving, kind, and care, and you can keep the respect, because it's something that you can't get. Just like if I ask you to go to the store for me and get me 4 pieces of chicken, and I tell you which chicken pieces I want.
What?
I know once I get past 3, it's the whole order gonna be fucked up.
Okay, Auntie J. All right.
That's disrespectful. If I ask you for a breast and a wing and 2 wings and a goddamn breast, and you bring me back a thigh, a leg, 2 legs, that's disrespectful.
I hear you, Auntie J. Don't mess up the chicken.
Oh no.
Suppose I'm allergic to dark meat.
Okay, Auntie J.
Is that a thing? Are people allergic to dark meat? Is people that can't eat legs and thighs? Is that a real thing?
Is disgusting. It's so tough and
Holy wow! I learned shit hanging with y'all tonight. That's dope. Niggas allergic to legs and thighs.
Hold on. Or this was early on. Or I asked you to bring me a McDouble from McDonald's, and I forget to tell you to bring my fries. And when you get home and give me the McDouble, and I go, where my fries? You didn't ask for no fries, but I'll get you some fries from the curry out.
Okay, Auntie J. Let me get to the other ladies on the panel. Fantasy Island. To my statement of respect, in which you hear a lot of women say, "I'm going to be respected." To that, you say what?
To that, I say you have to be the type of woman that man can respect. So depending on the type of man that you're going for, he has different things that he respects in women. If you find a man that you're attracted to, you should find out what makes him respect women, what he finds makes women more valuable, and then see if you fit that or not. Luckily for me, my man has a lot of respect for me. He has a lot of respect for my views. He asks me for my opinion a lot, not for him to make decisions on things, but just my opinions on what's going on in the world, what's going on with women, what's going on in America. He asked my opinion on these things. And I think it's because he respects me. He doesn't have to ask me. He can ask any woman that's around him. But he asked me, I think, because he wants to know my perspective. I think that's a form of respect. And I know a lot of men on the panel have said, we don't want to hear you women. We don't want to hear what you have to say. So I realized, okay. But I realized that in these
no.
spaces,
You said the men on the panel said that. Now, if you would say,
okay, in these spaces, I'm sorry, because it's Fight Club Aaron's thing. It's all not the same. Got it. So even though we're always all in the same places, it's all different. Got it. So these men in these places.
No, because that was a form of passive aggressiveness when you just said, no, not that we all in the same space. I said specifically these men on the panel take especially Thanos and me specifically, we are definitely nothing like that.
Well, Trigger Mike has said it multiple times.
Well, Trigger Mike is Nigerian.
I know, but we're always on panels together. And I think you may not have been on the panels too. So you might not have said it.
I don't go on a lot of other people's panels.
But okay, I was wrong. It's not the men on the panels, but in these spaces, I've heard men on the panels say they don't want to hear their women. They want you to shut up. You talk too much. We don't care. And I realized I'm lucky that he even cares about what I say, because the average man is saying he don't care. He don't want to hear it. So I think that's respect for me. And I hope that women aren't searching for that, because I don't see a majority of men saying that.
Well, hold on. I think you kind of misunderstand the nature of a certain thing. Like, your man is supposed to respect you. And so, like, as a the male of the relationship, it's weird to even be in an actual relationship. It's one thing if you're just smashing or whatever, but to, like, we talk every day and I spend money on you all the time and we go places and people know you with me and all that. How can I actually do that and not respect you, right? So you have to be respectable. And then to your point when you laid out this argument about respect. I do think men absolutely can respect women. And look, I'm the guy who says you're not supposed to believe shit women say, right? So there is a duality to it, because the thing is, women have to be judged on their behavior, one, and then whatever man, the quality of their behavior and the quality of the man they're attached to are the things that you base a woman's respect on as a man. But that's from the outside, right? That's how you respect women in general, and most women just aren't really respectable too, by the way. But as a man, that's how that works. And then when it comes to your woman, though, yeah, she should be respectable. That's kind of why she's your woman, because she's respectable, and you do respect her, but not in the way that you respect men. It's not because she'll knock a nigga out and all that type of shit. Women earn their respect in a completely different way.
And we expect it in a different way, I think.
So
let me go ahead, Robbie. Go ahead.
So I don't think that women should have to run around asking for respect. You should have enough respect for yourself that you're initially choosing a man that is respectful to you. But again, that requires having standards for yourself, which is something I always speak to. If you're running around and busting it wide open for anybody that'll throw you $1.99, then of course you're going to have to constantly beg for respect. But when you hold your virtue in a higher regard, men have a tendency to respect you more. And I still don't think that, believe it or not, I agree with Hood's conservative. I don't think that men have the same type of respect for their woman as they do for other men. I do believe that men treasure the woman that they respect, but it's not on the same level as it is for other men.
I'm glad we all agree.
So I do agree with you guys' perspective. The outlier is that, yeah, you can respect your woman, but respecting women in general is out. So y'all saying women can be firefighters? We don't care. Y'all saying women can run corporations? We don't care. Like, you should respect it. I grind. We don't care. Men don't care. We really don't care. And we really only respect women that with us or our moms or aunties, things like that. But in general, with men, we have a respect for most men in general. But in general, we don't respect women. We're not built to do that. But we have a general respect for other men.
Would you say that the women are doing that also? Now they're not caring about the men. They don't care. They're actively saying, "I don't care about you at all. I want your wallet, and that's it. I don't care what you have to say about what I'm wearing or what I'm doing or how you want me to behave, what you want me to do for you. I don't care." So, do you think there's more women saying that now in this society than ever before? Because that's what I'm seeing.
So, can you repeat that for me? I want to make sure I heard
There
all
are
of it.
more women saying they don't care what men think, like men say they don't care what women think. We used to care, regardless of if men never listen to women. We still cared what men think. Now I think women no longer care what men think, and men have never cared what women think in general. So now we're at an impasse that we weren't used to having, because women used to care what men think, even when they didn't care what women think.
So
I
I
think they
hear your
That's a
point.
lie.
I hear
Get the bag on their own.
I hear your
Hold on,
point.
let me mute.
I hear your point in the. What is it, Auntie J? Go ahead.
I was gonna say we might not care what that man out there think of us, but the man I'm with, the man I'm married to, I care what he thinks. I care what he thinks. I do. But it's gonna impact me.
So we've all agreed. We've all agreed
Women.
the relationship dynamics of respect. So she said, is it the inverse? And the answer is no. Most women do care about men. Most women care about what men think, their perspective, etc. They don't give a damn about other women. See, the majority of women's battles are with other women. It's actually not, because when y'all see a man, y'all generally feel like, I get along with men better. I like being around them. I value their perspective and views on life more than I value almost any other woman that I'm not related to. Like you don't believe women can guide and teach you. That's why y'all don't like. That's why ain't no women leaders. Who's y'all role model? We ain't got none. Oh, if it ain't family, if it ain't somebody that gave you a job, hypothetically. But when it comes to men, we can play every aspect of every role. We could be related to you, not related to you, in the workforce, working under you. You still respect us at levels. It's like, so I don't agree with that. It's the same inverse. Like, because men are built different. You guys are built for our approvals.
I don't think that that's true. I think that women definitely have respect and they have female role models. I think women are more selective with the type of woman that they respect. Like, if a woman has weakness in her character, by default, we're not going to respect her, because you look at her and you're like, oh my God, she's so weak. Like, how can she teach me anything? She can't govern herself. But I agree with you, Aaron. Women definitely respect what men think. That's why women are killing themselves trying to run a rat race.
Robbie, let me ask you though.
And I think
What
you're
is
being
respectable in
disingenuous. I
the
wasn't saying
female
that.
circle?
There
Like, how do
are
women gauge each other as far as respect? Because I know how it works with men, but I'm curious, how do women play that game?
women watch how other women, like, how they act, how they display themselves, how they respond to certain situations, how they carry themselves, how they present themselves. And if they just look weak and real fragile and like they go and break at any turn, then that's not a type of woman that another woman is going to respect. And again, when we're talking about role models for women, yeah, of course, Cardi B is not any woman's role model because, well, she's a whore. And you can tell that she's a whore by how she carries herself and how she presents. Like, whores are real easy to define. Like, even if they talk real good and they dressed up real nice, you could put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a whole pig. When we're talking about female leaders in the community, we're talking about women that are actually good business women, women that are actually good mothers, women that are actually involved in their community and they are leading the community toward greatness, not women that are just vapid and just talking to be talking.
I think there are a lot more whores now. So that's why there's a lot more women that respect Cardi B and City Girl mindset over the traditional mindset because there's a lot more whores than there used to be allowed to be in society, especially with a voice.
I can agree with you on that one. There are a lot of whores.
I could never respect. I mean, that's her job, Cardi B. That's her job.
What's her job?
Her more as a mother.
Wait. What's Cardi B's job?
A singer.
To turn women to whores.
But she was a whore at first.
To glorify whoring. That is her job.
You
That is her position.
No. She was a literal whore. She was an actual whore. Then she went into the music industry.
Okay, right. All right. Stop. There are teachers
so she wasn't a whore then.
Yes, she was.
She acted like she was a whore. She ain't saying she just robbed a man and drove him.
Nah, she was a whore. She was going to the hotel with
you.
men from the strip club. She was a ho-ho.
Okay, all right.
The whole out here. I'm glad somebody else picked up on that. She's like, I haven't been a hoe, but yet you were in the hotel room.
Right. And you think she robbed all of them niggas? Nah, she fucked some of them dudes. Like, keep it a buck. Stop it. That's how she made her way into robbery. She got tired of fucking them.
Exactly.
But does that matter?
Y'all is killing me. Y'all lucky
Thank you,
my voice is
Robbie,
coming
because
back.
I thought she was.
The host is trying to speak. We're being rude.
It's okay.
I apologize.
This is why everybody enjoys my show, because it's their show. So the thing is this, right? We understand that there are teachers in school that are raising, supporting, and educating your children that have 13 followers on Instagram, right? And Cardi B has 157 million. And that's just on IG alone. And there are tons of your daughters singing her songs and wanting to dress the way she dresses. And then also, y'all fought against the men. Oh yeah, hey, put some clothes on. You fought against your daddies, your uncle. Hey, put some clothes on. Nah, I want them to see this. But y'all don't like women, but y'all like 10%, 20% that way. So y'all do it for men's attention, right? Cool, no problem, right? But now that y'all freeze and y'all have this liberation, y'all have decided to live it up. And I hate to tell y'all, that is what young women aspire to be like. They ain't aspiring to be congresswomen. That's why there's very few far in between. Most women are not politically savvy, don't know how to navigate those waters. That's why most of those women that actually have that aspect, there's a few of them. Even in men, they're not politically savvy. There's few men that have. That's why they repetitively keep voted back in. Hey, how long you been sitting in Vermont? Well, every damn year I go up for re-election. They keep voting me back. So all I'm saying is that everything is in small dosages, right? And so the men are wanting to be basketball players, football players, depending on culture. A lot of the times you got engineers, and when you're Indian, doctors and lawyers, but they are not the biggest followed on social media. Because even for men, here's the one difference between men that women will never, ever have this ability is y'all see other women, y'all see yourselves in them, the vulnerability, the things of being tied to a woman. I don't look at another man and be like, yeah, no. Most men want to be themselves with some other guy's money, right? They don't ever want to be Donald Trump. They don't want his swag. I got my own swag. Just give me the money. Y'all see other women and you like their hair. You like the way they dress. You like all these aspects of women. What you nodding your head? No. Yes, y'all do.
No, Aaron, no, I can't let you do that. I mean, I know that some women do that. They're envious and they're jealous of other women, but hell to the no, I don't want to be no other hoe running around the word, because these hoes, they be doing too much. Like I said, you know what it gets from the onset, the children not being oops babies, having, you know what I'm saying, matching the children, the last name with their father. I want to be like these hoes that be running around these streets just sleeping with any old thing, shacking up and doing the most.
Y'all love
no.
I think we're the exception and not the rule. I don't think we're the rule. And I think we're being dishonest. Just because we got married before we had kids doesn't mean that majority of women are like us. I think there's more women, since there's more women that aren't married, have never been married, then it's fair to say that most women who have children are out of wedlock. So you can't really act like most women have this high moral high ground of I waited for marriage to have my babies have the same last name as me, because that's not the standard that's pushed. It hasn't been pushed for a while.
That's actually not the point that I was making.
I would
The
actually
point
say
that I
that.
was actually making was that for me and for women like me, we don't run around wanting to be like the majority of other
never
women.
wanted to have
I
Yes,
know that there
agreed.
is an
No,
exception. There's no
how
jealousy there.
dare
It's just
no, you're not about to run that there. The
I didn't
majority
say it
of
was jealousy
the
there.
majority of other women, I'm saying, okay, the women that y'all admire, like when we say God, we see guys doing
Aaron
a
was
thing.
saying we want to be like
When we
other
see
women.
when we see Diddy's and the guys that's really getting money, we like, man, I want to be me. Just give me that money. We don't want nothing else about them. We don't care. We just want that money because we already who we are. We good with that. Y'all see other women and that's different. Oh, I wish I could dress like her. Oh, I wish I was as smart as her. Y'all do stuff like this. It's documented. All right, it's literally documented. Y'all literally.
Why do all the rappers sound the same?
No.
Why y'all is trying to sleep with the same woman?
Why they all put in the same
Well, no,
business? Why
that's
do you all have the
exactly
same
why they
story?
sound the same, though. That's literally why they sound the same, because they rapping for y'all.
I think they're
No, because
rapping to
women
sound
like
like each
each
other.
other.
They see what they have. They see the women value that. So they're trying to, I want to be like him. And that's the same theory. Okay.
There y'all
Maybe
go.
I'm
You're
misunderstanding.
conflating two different points. So once again,
Okay.
men don't want to be like other men. We don't care about other men that much in the first place. We want to be us with the money. We
That's
only
not
see
true.
when we see other men of success, we like, man, boy, he get that money. Now, there are a few times when we be like, oh, he's brilliant as well. But we in ourselves think we brilliant as ourselves, right? We don't.
Aaron,
We ain't trying to listen. I'm telling you how men think, okay, right? Because you guys overanalyze what brilliance is, right? Because that's important to y'all. It ain't important to a guy that ain't trying to be brilliant. That's what y'all don't understand. Give me that money. That's all they see in most men. What y'all see in women is something completely different. This is why you go, okay.
You like, okay, the men on the panel, y'all are an exception to a rule. Y'all might see some other man and be like, oh, he has that money. I'm trying to get to the same bag. But I'm going to levy upon you the same logic that you levy upon women that come on your panel. We're talking about men at large. We have a whole space full of people, thousands of hundreds of thousands of millions of followers that want to be just like one another, that literally are having a hive mindset, that are spewing the same talking points. And to Fantasy Island Girls' credit, even down to the rap, even down to the clothes, even down to how you chase women, even down to how you're qualifying women. Oh, well, he said that we should be dealing with women that act like XYZ. So therefore, even though this might be the cup of tea or the cup of coffee that's strongest for me, I'm going to do what he said to do because I want to be like him. It's followers. You are not a follower.
Okay.
No, I don't think it's that simple, though. I don't think it's that simple. I think, and I think what Aaron was saying is, excuse me, I'm gonna try to take what you said and paraphrase a little bit, but it's more like women are the collective mind of women, and men are way more individualistic. So even as a man, you'll see a guy who's doing, he's doing big things or whatever, and you may want to do the things, but you don't necessarily want to be him, like literally be him, the way you were just saying about how women tend to like they're more collective. They tend to have more of a hive mind where they want to be like each other. And there's just differences in men and women.
Let me give the example. Hold on, because I see where this is about to go. So let me give the example. All right. I've literally seen women look at another woman and go, I wish I had her nose. Oh my God, her cheekbones. Oh, if I could get her skin tone. Like literally look at another woman and want to change her features to look like a woman. I have never been around a man outside of hype, like probably like, oh, we got a six pack, which is weird too. I really have not seen that. No man ever want to take those qualities from other men. That's
true. It's the same
Penis
on both
envy.
sides.
Penis envy. Because there's
height
a lot of
envy.
people.
difference.
Yes, height
It's the
envy.
same on both sides.
Listen.
I wish I had his height. I
All
wish
the
I had his
conversations
height.
that-
You team dark
All the
skin.
conversation that happened in the last
skin.
5 minutes is you got some people who will be honest with themselves, whether they're a hoe or not. A lot of our moms and grandmas was hoes. But you got some hoes that's gonna admit they hoes, and you got ones that's gonna act like they holier than thou. But it's the same thing on both sides. It's really not more than the other. That respect thing, and so many of us don't have respect for each other as Black people. So you can't say that women don't respect this person more or men don't respect this. It's the same thing across the board. It's only a select few, which is why I push, diversification and separation.
Okay, let's see. Okay, but I made a distinction there because I hear where you're going. Okay, because I push the same thing. So
yeah, because there's only a few of us that can move like that.
Yeah. But I'm saying men don't want to be other men. I don't look at another man and go, "Yo." Okay, but let me
put marketing, Aaron.
No,
I know. That say I want to be like Mike, and so many kids fashion their whole life.
No, you know what? You know what? He has a point.
I know that. Okay, go ahead.
Then I'll come back.
That's literally what
he
has
has a
said,
point.
though. I want to be like Mike, not want to be Mike.
Even to aspire to be another man is one thing. It happens to a certain degree. Then you actually just want to be yourself. Because what you actually see is women trying to get men to be somebody else. And you'll notice that men resist. Women accuse men all the time of, why didn't you step your game up? Because he's happy being himself, working his mediocre ass job or whatever job, maintaining himself. You don't look at another man and say, I actually want to live that whole life with those whole responsibilities. Right. No, if you that dude, you that dude. If you not, you not. And we have more of an acceptance for who we're not and who we don't want to be. Women don't want to accept it.
No, women accept exactly who they are and who they're not, and men run around and push the narrative, and men are sitting over here trying to get women to be like each other. Oh my God! Well, look at her. No, it's not. Wow. Damn. Can I finish getting out? Can I finish getting out my point? Can I finish getting out my point? Because what we have heard, what we have heard ad nauseum over the past decade is how, oh no, you need to be more feminine like her. You need to look like her. You need to wear your natural hair like her. You need to wear your weave like her. You need to have a body like her. You need to be doing this, that, and the third like her. It is men that try to push women out of their box.
You just made his point.
No, yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
No, that's not women saying that to each other.
Oh, but
that is men saying that to women.
No. Now I got to jump back in because now I never said those two different things. Here's the one point, right? So now y'all doing what men want y'all to do, right? But when y'all tell men, because Trigger Mike just said it, when y'all tell men, hey, go be like this other guy, he says, no, I don't want to be like him. I want to be myself. But what do women do? Oh, y'all like the Kardashian look. Oh, let me get my nose. Oh, y'all like that look. Let me do this, that. While men are often rejecting it. Won't you go get the bag? Nah, I'm not doing it. I don't want to be like him. Men are rejecting being like other men is what I'm saying. The only thing that they would want, because they don't care about the drive. They don't care about none of this. They don't care how many times you dribble on a basketball. I wish give me that money. And I'm telling y'all, hold on. It's not the same with women. Y'all look at women and go, I wish I had her eyes. Oh, I wish.
Listen,
the point that I'm making to you. Wait a minute. The point that I'm making to you is women don't want to be like other women. Men encourage women to do things to fit into an aesthetic of another woman, and women are categorically telling y'all no. That's why y'all be on social media all the time.
Yo, Robbie, when I tell you there are people on this there are people in this chat right now that work in the marketing arena that are probably looking at you like, lady, what are you talking about? Let me make a statement. Do you know how hard? Hold on. Do you know how hard it is to sell something to men? I'm an entrepreneur in a male-dominated industry. You know, I'm a firearms entrepreneur. Okay, it's the hardest thing on earth to market to men and get them to buy something. That is how hard it is to get them to adopt the ideology or lifestyle of another man. But what I do when I want to sell classes to women is I put a picture up of the consummate black woman shooter, a black woman protecting herself, pulling it out. My class is filled up in 1 week. Y'all absolutely want to be another woman. It is so easy to market to you, which is why y'all make 80% of consumer decisions. What you're saying is fundamentally incorrect. The reason you buy so much is because you want to be like somebody else.
That's not true. The reason we buy so
Absolutely.
much is because the marketing is set to target us to get us to spend money. But guess what? Let me tell
Yes,
you
but
where
how?
you're.
But how?
Wait, but I wasn't finished.
Marketing
So
targets you
it's
because you
great.
need
It's
to
great
it.
for
They
you.
target you because it
Oh my
works.
God. It's great
It
that
works.
y'all. It's great
It
that y'all
works.
listen
The
to a part of
metrics
a point.
show it works.
It's great that y'all listen to a part of a point and then y'all just throw the celebration. But I tell you what also does work with marketing to men. Social media. Social media, especially the manosphere, has proven how easily it is to market to men and divest men of their money because there are plenty of content creators that have become very, very wealthy over advertising to a male driven audience because it's not females that are funding, it's men.
No, that's cap. I'm not letting you get away with that. That is
It's the
so
truth. It's the truth.
No,
Let me show
market.
you something.
Listen. There are certain industries in which you can market to men. Cars, okay? Even now, we've actually got women into cars if you really pay attention to it, right? Because they give you all that CEO, that boss. Y'all love those Mercedeses, right? So let's just be honest. It ain't even comparable to make a horrible comparison to Cardi B with 157 million followers and then somebody in the manosphere. What's the most followers somebody in the manosphere has? 1 million, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a horrible comparison because literally they don't have any. Okay, what is the advertising budget behind Cardi B, City Girls, all the women in the manosphere, guys?
No.
Money they getting from
You can't
advertising.
see that.
It's
I'm like,
close
you can't
to
see it.
minuscule. It ain't even comparable. So those small portion of the men that y'all think want to be these manosphere guys, they don't. What those kids are, they are just pretty much enamored by the man's ability to articulate and express himself. That's it.
All right.
That's
So,
all that manosphere stuff
Robbie,
is.
Robbie.
A man's ability to articulate and express himself in a unique way and expressing himself towards the environment.
You don't think there's a follower aspect
Hold
to
on,
it
hold
and a
on,
whole
hold on.
bunch of men wanting to be like them men?
Robbie, what I was trying to
go ahead, Tree Mike, because I want to answer.
Robbie, what I was trying to show you just now is marketing in real time. Okay, so I was trying to show you the amount spent on my ads for marketing to women's classes versus men's classes. All right, for the year, or for the last year, $5,082 spent on female ads, over 3,000 landing page views at an average 92 cents per landing page view for women. That's what it cost me. For men, I have to spend. I only got 220 landing page views.
But how much did you spend?
$1.82. Y'all will click on that
what was
shit
your total?
And over at the same rate.
What was your total that amount that you spent for advertising to men?
At half. What I'm saying is women over double, like 100% gains on things being advertised to you in your image. Y'all absolutely want to be like each other.
You're trying to gloss over it. If you spent over $5,000 on advertising to women, you're targeting women. When I asked you how much money you spent on advertising to men, you said half that, right? What was the total amount that you spent to men?
You didn't understand what I was saying by percentage. I stopped marketing to men because they buy slower. So that class I just did away with. Once I spent half of that 5,000, I had like 60 or 70% less engagement. That's what I'm saying. So
but why are we arguing against the fact that women do buy more when we have the numbers to prove that? Why are we arguing?
The argument is not about women are buying more. It's about women buying because they want to be other women. Do you buy everything in your house because you want to be another woman?
No, but I also don't think I represent the majority. I just don't.
So you think the majority of women buy things just because they want to be
just because they see somebody fashionable wearing it, they will buy it, or they'll buy the knockoff brand, or they'll get somebody to buy it for them. Yes. And it's not because they think it's prettier. Like when I buy my little cute Coach purses or my little cute Michael Kors purses, I get shamed by women saying that little cheap bag, la, 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 la. And I don't care because I still think it's cute. So I still buy it. But women that feel the need to keep up with trends, they're going to keep up with trends that are in fashion. And fashion is expensive most of the time. So they're going to try to follow that trend because That's what women do. We follow fashion trends more than men. And it's more expensive
No,
for us to
men
do
do
it.
the same.
But do
You
you
on
think
point,
that
fantasy.
right?
Men do the
But
same
do you
thing.
do?
Yeah,
But do you
but
think
it's
that
just
it's
more expensive
because?
for us to
But
do
do
it.
you think that it's because they want to be the woman wearing the dress or whatever, or because it's simply fashionable to be seen in that item because it's in a trendy location?
I think a lot of them want to be the women, like want to embody their spirit, want to embody their confidence, want like their energy, and they feel like when they get these clothes, that's what's going to give them that energy and that spirit. When they get these purses, it's going to give them that energy and that spirit, so they can feel just as confident as Beyonce. When you don't have to wear what Beyonce wears to have that Beyonce energy. That I have confidence in me energy, you know.
Now, hold, Auntie J, one moment. So,
wait a minute.
yeah, one second,
I'm
one
gonna
second.
ask her a question.
Okay, one second.
Fantasy Island, how do you know how a woman feels? Like you said, Beyonce, right? How do you know how she feels when she puts on her?
I can tell you because she's going to make a TikTok with Beyonce in the background talking about how she slayed and she's giving Beyonce. She's giving Beyonce energy. It's giving Beyonce.
So I actually agree with the way that Fantasy Island broke it down, because men do that similar thing, right? When a man is direct with a woman and just shut her down, another man see that, he be like, yeah, I want to be able to talk to women like that. Sure, the confidence level I agree with, but when I talk about be women, they really want. They look at women and go, man, her cheekbones, if I could get those cheekbones, man, those like they literally embody the physicalness of other women, and men do not do. We got a line, and I'm saying we not doing that. I agree with you when you say us look at the manosphere guys. They don't want to be them. They want to have the ability to do what they do. When y'all look at women, y'all want the ability to do what they do and look like them. And that's a whole
and that's why they're all looking the same.
First of all, men are out here having all type of surgery to look like other men as well. Yes, they do. Are y'all serious?
No, our stuff goes to the extent of a haircut. Maybe some of the clothes we put like the polo, that looks a little fly, but we're not trying to adopt the life of another man totally. Most men aren't trying to do
that fake beard and that
but Robbie, let's be honest though. I think as women, we are harder on ourselves and we compare ourselves way more compared to men, right? We want to have thick lips like you. We want to have long hair. We want to have this type of body. We want to have ass or titties. We want to have this. We want to have that. Compared to men, ugly men know if they got a certain amount of money, they can get kind of any woman. Men don't compare themselves like we are hard on ourselves physically.
This is
no, it's actually way simpler than that. There's like a evolutionary biology kind of explanation to all of this, and it's tied into the whole thing about, do women want power over men? Historically, and from just a physical perspective, women gain power through men. And the way they access that power is their beauty. And so for women, if they can see other women able to access power through men because they're beautiful, they want those very attributes because that translates into like cold hard cash or whatever you want. But that's kind of the way it works. And so it's almost like a biological imperative that you're talking about.
But this is the thing. It's not because they want to be like other women. It's because they want access to men by any means necessary. And that is the difference. I don't think women are comparing themselves to other women. I think women are positioning themselves in the ability in order to close a deal. And I believe that men
how do they do that, Robbie?
By any means necessary.
They gotta compare themselves to that woman. And try to look
you don't think women compare themselves?
To try to look as close as she does.
She fighting it.
And then
we do.
I don't think that women compare themselves more than men. I think this is a narrative that a lot of people spew, and I think men compare themselves way more. If we look at competition, oh my gosh,
conversation. It happens across the board on both sides.
Yeah, it happens across the board. So Right. When we're sitting there saying that, oh no, this is what women do and this is not what men do, that's a disingenuous statement. All of
But it's not, because
competition, okay, all of competition in business, right? When people are competitive in business, it's because they want the same business acumen, they want the same business power as another man. When men are sitting there and they're buying their homes, they're buying their cars, they're buying their ride-on motors, they're building up their family, they're comparing their families to other people's families. And it may not be your perspective, and that may not be what you do.
That's not men though.
And he was talking about physically. And every time we go back to the physically aspect, we take it away from the physically aspect to point out all the other ways that men are going to compare themselves. But the truth is, physically,
that's not where the conversation actually started. It wasn't on the physical.
But that's where Aaron keeps trying to bring it back to physically. And then we keep going away from the physically. But can you deny that physically men do not compare themselves as much as women?
No, I actually think that men do compare themselves to other men physically as well. When men are in the gym, they're in the gym comparing themselves to other men. When men are when men are talking about women's need or women's desire for other men, and they're trying to diminish whoever they feel is lower than them, it's, oh, well, she's with him because he has a big penis, because they want the access to women that men that are more handsome than them have.
No dude ever even says it like that.
God.
Jesus Christ.
You're right.
No, Rob B, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think men survive on their looks the way women survive on their looks?
Absolutely. Then why do you think there's gigolos? Do you think that gigolos are not surviving off of their look and their ability to
What
have
percentage
sex?
of men can even be a gigolo?
Apparently anybody could be a gigolo, because you got Pookies and Ray Rays that live off people's couches, that are driving women's cars, that are being taken care of.
Even that, those are the minority of like the ghetto, essentially. Like those niggas are like the princes of the ghetto. So like again, you're making an argument of the minority when I'm making an argument of the average. The average woman can survive off her looks. A woman of 5 and below beauty can still survive off her looks if she plays the game right. Men don't have that option available to them. And frankly, for a man to survive off his looks, most of them niggas is gay to be doing that anyway. Like that's literally what they do. So it's like men surviving off their looks is not really acceptable in male culture. And frankly, women don't necessarily accept that either. It's not how it works for men.
Well, before we even jump to surviving, because that's not even necessary. The large majority of women have an enormous amount of pressure on them based upon how they look.
Yeah,
most men do not.
It's about money.
Exactly.
Most when we tell another guy, man, shut up, you ugly. He really don't care that we said that. When another woman tells another woman she ugly, it bothers her. So when I'm saying. Okay, Raw, you in the universe by yourself today. What I'm saying clearly is that I've literally seen women idolize another woman and be like, "Oh my God, I wish I had these.
I wish I had the lips, Robbie."
Like
no,
literally,
listen,
wait. They've said, "Oh my God, she's perfect." If a man ain't a man alive that ain't looked at another man and said he's perfect, don't say that. Ever ain't no man alive that ain't been around a man that was like, bro, he is perfect ever, because he'd never see that man again. So I'm telling you like this, we are not the same. Now here's the difference.
That's evident and damn apparent.
Robbie, has women said that they wish they had full lips like you?
I don't be listening to women, but probably. Wait. No, I'm not gonna be disingenuous. They have.
Okay, I know they said it. I know it.
What they said regarding our looks, like it's a big factor. Today, guys can be ugly, can be 5, 6, and still get the baddest of chicks.
And fat, they can be fat.
We compare ourselves way too much regarding hair, regarding makeup, regarding boobs, titties, ass, whatever. We're always what is there something you wish you had better, Robbie, on yourself?
I wish I had your head.
But I will say this: when it comes down to yes, cute, give them. But when it comes down to like Victoria's Secrets and companies that are marketing to women, they're not marketing to a specific type of woman or aesthetic. They are widening the gap of who they're marketing to. So what may have been true in yesteryear is not necessarily true in today's society.
I agree. The beauty standards has changed, but if you don't look at Victoria's Secret, look at Savage Fenty. Look what they're promoting. All
Exactly.
sizes, all shapes, all colors, him, shim, them, they, whatever.
All abilities, like able body versus disabled. I haven't seen that before.
Women are still going to compare themselves, no matter what. No matter what. Even 10 girls are 10 are still.
Yo, let me ask y'all a question. What is going on with women and girl culture that y'all think y'all can convince us that have like overweight handicapped women are also beautiful too? Like, what the hell is that?
Well, you don't have to think that those women are beautiful. And again, thank you, Conservative, for saying that, because that is where it comes from. It is not something that is naturally occurring in women to be competitive or comparing themselves to one another. It is commentary, like what Hood Conservative just said, that activates the insecure space inside a woman's mind and then makes her want to fit into an archetype that would be amenable to someone like the Hood Conservative. A woman is not just waking up like, oh my God, I just want to be like her. No, it's the conversations that she allows herself to be washed in. It's the area in which she allows herself to rest in.
Okay, let's try this, right? Mechanisms, right? No, forget it. Let's just use ad hominems, right? Let's try this. If you want to disrespect somebody, a man in particular, what would you say about him? Give me two things top of the line.
You broke and you short.
Gotcha.
What? Ask me.
Now, what about calling him ugly? Do you think
ugly? Men don't care. Men don't care because ugly niggas still get chicks. That shit is not hurtful to them at all.
Now look, how about calling a woman ugly? How does that feel?
That's gonna hurt her. You can call her broke, she don't care. But calling her ugly, women, listen, here's something.
It's the highest form of currency.
Robbie, to attack a woman, what does a woman attack first on a woman? Her looks. That's the first thing women do.
Ugly ass hoe. That's you ain't got no. That's the first
you're wearing.
That is why.
What your edges look like. What you act like.
Because we know that she don't get no.
That's right.
And women will say all women are beautiful, all body types are beautiful for that exact reason. By the way, like you'll rather convince men to eat shit than to say that somebody's ugly.
But no, I think the majority of women in America are overweight, and that's why they're pushing the overweight agenda. Big women are just as beautiful. Your standards of wanting a fit woman is unrealistic. Stop wanting it. We're all perfect how we are, because the majority is overweight. So they can't advocate for something that they're not striving towards. They're not striving. It's not that the majority are overweight and they're striving. They're all busting down the gym doors. They're striving to get fatter or maintain their fat status. So they're obviously going to advocate for men to accept us as we are, because they're not willing, or they have no desire to change that aspect of them.
But
so they're going to keep pushing that.
Accepting that. Men have been accepting that for a while now. So
exactly.
There are plenty of big women that are married.
Oh, so wait.
Exactly. And let's be honest, when we're talking about what is considered fat in America, it's based off of the BMI index, which is not skewed for all nationalities and all races. Because if you are a certain height and you weigh a certain weight, you look like a crackhead.
Small women.
No, you don't.
No, but I want to jump in.
You never play this game with a broke nigga. You never be like, well, according to the Ecuadorian standards, he's actually wealthy. Like, no, stop it. That's not how that works.
I like that answer. I'm gonna use that, bro. But no, listen to this. Let me give you an example, right? Whenever a girl is trying to convince her homeboy to get with her friend, her female friend, what does she say? She fine. Oh my gosh, she look like ass. She looked like such and such. She looked like Halle Berry.
Janet Jackson.
Right? Now look, wait. When it comes for a guy to convince his homegirl to get with his homeboy, he get into that bag, girl. You better get with him. He's getting that money. We never say, "Come on now, you know he good looking."
He never.
We never do
Even
that.
if they know he's very handsome, they still won't say, "Oh, I can't tell that. I don't know about that."
Hold on.
Look, even when the girl asks what he looked like, you be like, "I don't know, nigga." Like
Exactly. Thank you, Sugar Mike. That's exactly what they do.
Right. What does a handsome nigga look like? I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
That's exactly what they do.
I want to know, is he handsome? Like, nigga, I don't know.
But he got
Hey,
that money, girl.
Hey, listen.
Girl, he got one eye.
As if Dave Chappelle said about the OJ Simpson trial, my blackness won't allow me to do that. Look, us as men, we can't do that. Like we can't be like, look, we can't look. I can't even create this scenario because I had to say something that I can't say. I can't even create the scenario of selling a man and how he looked to a woman. I want to say it, but I'm uncomfortable thinking of how to say it in a scenario.
Because it's going to be pause, because everything in your mind is gay. So y'all can't compliment men on their looks.
My brain won't let me proceed past that point. I swear to God, it shuts down.
It won't. But listen. Now, I know y'all want to assume that men are just homo. Let me give you an example, right, to prove that it ain't necessarily us, right? Let me give you an example, right? Now, Fantasy Island girl, now you got a man, right? And you're very honest and you have great communication, right? But you like men that are men, right? You like manly men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if your man told you, hey, in college, I used to mess with this guy, but I ain't like that no more. I'm only into women. Well, isn't your first response it's over?
I'm gone.
Oh, not me. But I know I'm the minority. I know I'm the minority, and the only reason I'm like that is because I'm bisexual. That is the only reason. And I absolutely advocate for bisexual people to be comfortable being with each other. But most men won't openly say they're bisexual.
You see why I don't trust women? You see why I don't trust women?
I wasn't
This is literally why I don't trust. I get it. But most women are actually in the same argument. Most women don't really disagree with it, and it's not so much that you would accept that guy, but there's a reality. There's a reality with male and female sexuality, and I don't think women really have an appreciation or a respect for this. As a man, there really is no coming back. So once you've crossed the line, you're on the other side of the line. And if people know you've crossed the line, it's like, hey, yo, you heard about that? Yeah, bro. Like people start to talk, and it's like, bro, you just can't be in Valhalla no more. And so like. So women don't have that they don't have that thing with each other. Like whatever you call it, women just don't have that with each other. They don't enforce that social order, put it that way. And not only do they not enforce it, you don't even understand why we need to enforce it as men. You have no concept of what it's about, and that's what makes you a threat.
Wait, that's
no, that's not what I'm talking about.
More bisexual women kind of think like her. But I mean, I'm not gonna speak for all the straight women. To me, that's gay.
Most of the straight women say no.
Exactly. They not rocking with that.
Hold on, Q. Even if they say that, do they ever substantiate it? Like, oh, my man used to mess with a man. They never do. They never do. Like,
when they get caught with a man, they leave immediately. And they won't necessarily leave immediately if they get caught with another woman. They're given another chance, but you get one chance to get caught with a man, and you out.
So my point though, because even if women are into women, like I understand it exists, right? Because come on now, it's not that complicated to understand how large life is, right? But I'm saying we've never gotten a woman ever who said I'm bi, but my man used to mess with a man before we got together. Never. Even if they're saying that
bisexual men,
they never do.
Fantasy, have you ever messed with a bisexual?
I don't even know any bisexual men at all. I only know gay and straight men. I don't know any bisexual men at all. I know of Joe Budden. I don't know that man. But I don't know any openly bisexual men. He's the first one I know.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there's no such thing. Some gay niggas still fuck girls, but there's no such thing as bisexual. Like it's a silly concept, you know. Some gay niggas still fuck girls, but it's not like. What's the point? What's the distinction?
Bisexual. Because there's no reason for him to fuck girls if he doesn't want to.
You're a gay man who has sex with women.
No, you're bisexual. See how they erase us? Like they erase bisexuality completely for men and say, no. That's exactly what they do.
You're a
For
girl.
men, they
You're a
erase
girl.
it completely.
You can do
and say,
everything because you're magical.
but
You can do
but
all
for
kinds of
men,
things
we
because you're a
erase
magical
bisexuality.
creature. For men, he is a gay man who has sex with women.
Definition for bisexual, so I don't know why
Let me see how
they're
you said
arguing
us. What you
over
mean by that?
what's bisexual.
Straight men,
told you she
straight men,
bisexual.
straight men, and straight women deny the existence of bisexual men. Period. They do not believe that you can be both physically, sexually attracted to men and women. They feel that once you are attracted to men, you're gay. You're not bisexual, even though you still
That's
want to have sex
literally
with
what
women
it
too.
means, though.
You are gay.
That's exactly what it means.
Damn. Oh shit. Back. I'm laid back because I was in the back of the chat.
I'm completely
Calm
understanding.
down, because Fantasy Island girl, I agree with you. I actually agree with you. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely
No,
right.
she's not. No, she's
She
not.
is. Men, okay.
It's a
All right.
No,
definition.
no. I know. I
That's what I'm
understand what she's saying, but you said that men don't believe that men can be sexually attracted to men and women. I believe that. I see that, and I know that.
You
Yeah.
talking about it.
We don't is we don't classify them as bisexual. Once you fuck a nigga, you're gay.
Yeah.
That's what. So you're obviously erasing it. You're saying exactly. Okay, I'm glad we agree.
No,
then.
no, no.
I'm glad we agree.
We don't believe it.
We all do.
I'm not gonna try.
We all do.
Passive
aggressive. That's what that
Once you get- once you nail a man, you gay, buddy.
You gay.
Like, why? What is so difficult
all
to
agree.
accept about that? Right. No. So why the need to make this fake classification of bisexual like you're a unicorn or something?
Exactly.
It's not fake.
You know what it is? You know what it is, Dennis? Let me say this.
y'all.
Let me say this. Because on the way to homecoming, one of the guys I went to high school with and college with is there, and I think he's gay. I don't know. But he actually admitted something because we were having this exact same conversation. And I said, nah, you gay in my eyes. And, I could talk to him like that. And you know what he said? He said the reason why men classify you as gay, I'm sorry, the gay men still seek validation from straight men. So that's why they still want to be classified on it kind of in the middle, because they would love to hang with straight men sometimes, in addition to hanging with all gay men.
Them, though.
So it's not that's not my problem, because I don't see how I have anything in common with a dude that bangs
You
other
can't
dudes.
be. You can't be on your hunt around me. That's exactly the problem right there. You can't be on your mission around me like we cool. Nah, fuck that.
The reason why bisexual exists on the male end is because gay men actually still seek validation from straight men. You still want to be one of the boys sometimes, and that made a lot of sense.
They want to fuck you. That's a little different.
Well, that's why I don't hang with them. Like I don't.
But not only do they not, that's not necessarily the case, because there's so many down low men, because they actually have a lot in common with these straight men, but they know once they come out of the closet, their friend that they've been friends with for so long is going to convince themselves that they have nothing else in common because he fucks men now. So they will stay in the closet until they die, some of them. A lot of them.
I'm sorry, but you're not giving enough respect to how horrible the male sexual mind can be. And I'm just telling you, it's just like even if he doesn't think that way, once you know he's gay, the issue can't be escaped. And it's like we can't be around each other because it's lingering in the air, and it's no way to have a proper actual friendship with something like that just lingering in the air. Like it's too weird at that point.
Yo, that's
I don't
So at the end of the
attracted
day,
to
when
white
you
women.
sit there and you think that somebody that has had a friendship with you for years, that has never made a sexual advance against you,
Yep.
all of a sudden because they
I feel like that nigga been plotting on me this whole time. Nigga, you been creeping this whole time.
Do you know what it is though?
That's why they'll die in the closet.
On a serious note, because I don't think women can actually understand this. What we notice, and let's bring it down to society in general. When society is led by women and the media is led by women, it seems like women promote fluidity and y'all are comfortable with it. Men, masculinity is completely different. We need rigidity. We need absolutes in the way we conduct business with other people. I can't trust someone who kept the fact that they were gay for me. Like,
all right, Trigger Mike, you in the industry, you got chill out.
This is the thing.
Let me take the lead because I can be destroyed and still, you know what I mean? All right, so listen. Because this is very
weird.
Bro,
weird.
But no, okay, but listen, this is the problem that exists between men and women, right? Because most men are very much right, wrong. We understand how to operate, that grays exist, but we are right and wrong individuals. Hey, yo, that was foul, bro. But no, we don't want to hear no excuses. That we are very much for a woman. But he made me feel, oh girl, I can understand how he made you feel. I see what's going on. We don't operate in those spheres, especially in specific areas. And when it comes to sexual, if I told Robbie, who I know she can say whatever she wants, but most women, I'm just using you as an example, that hey, my 3 best friends, they all bi. And I'm a straight, and I come home to you all the time. We partying all the time, you know. It bothers women. Forget alone if it just bothers men. It bothers straight women. And I'm telling you now, if I told you the 3 people I'm closest with in this world that are not related to me by blood, because remember, when we try to make a point, we say, what if your brother was this way? And he'd be like, well, I got to be with my brother. I mean, I ain't got no choice. But when we talk about my best friends in the world, all bi. They all
3 of them bi too. That's weird.
All of them. And I'm not. You ain't in your right mind going to be like, well, you going to have a problem with it.
I'm gonna
go a step further and say that even the straight men, you know, like all of his friends are straight. If he's hanging out with his friends too much, they'll be like, that nigga must be gay. That nigga must be gay. There's no reason for him to want to hang out with his boys all the time more than he wants to hang out with me. He must be gay. I got pussy. They only got dick over there.
Let me see if I can make a connection between.
One sec, because it's my guy Jack. He's retiring soon. He says, free spirit bi chicks are the devil. Oh, free spirit bi chicks are the devil. If your girl move like Jenny from Forrest Gump, get out. It's a trap. P.S. Men don't want bi dudes to be real. Imagine having to be insecure about her happy friends. Shout out to Jack. That's my guy. So go ahead, Trigger Mike. I apologize.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make a parallel so women can see exactly how we feel about this, because I think it's more natural than anything. All right. So how would you feel if someone told you to tongue kiss your brother, Robbie? You would be repulsed. That is the same feeling a hetero man gets thinking about homosexual behavior. That is how I feel when somebody's like, so I know that we can't really create a direct parallel. No, what I'm saying is that feeling of repulsion that you just got is the same feeling I feel naturally.
But that's the same feeling that heterosexual women have when men sit there and they approach heterosexual women about having a threesome involving another woman.
Well, obviously that's not true. Obviously that's not true.
No.
Like I was saying, women's sexuality is way more elastic.
Sorry.
Women operate in a fluidity, like fluidity. So that's why it's so easy to get women to have a threesome.
What?
Yes. When you say
I think you're wrong. It is not easy to get a woman to have a threesome. And you can ask a lot of men who are still trying to get a woman to have a threesome. It is not.
Easier. Do you think of what immediately comes to your mind? A man and 2 girls, not 2 girls in a.
That's not true. A lot of women give that as the pushback to a man. When a man asks for a threesome, they be like, oh, okay, can I have another dude there?
But yeah, so the problem isn't the pushback for both. I think the majority of each sex push back, straight ones push back against that because they're not attracted physically to the same sex. So there's no reason for her to be over there. And the men are saying, I'm not attracted to this man. There's no reason for him to be in the bed with us. It makes perfect sense, right? There are women like me or women like me who won't tell people that they're bi because they're mostly attracted to men anyway, and people accept us kissing in the dark and licking in the dark, so they can say they're straight forever. But there's women like me who are comfortable with both sexes that will have those threesomes, and that's how it's easier to get women like me to have a threesome. But a straight woman is very difficult to get her to have a threesome. It's a lot of conflict of interest. Like she hasn't looked too much like me. That's weird. If she doesn't look like me, well, why you want her? She looks nothing like me.
No, I agree. I agree
Right.
with you. See, let me get conservative in because he has to mute in between because his background
That
crazy.
mic
Go ahead,
check.
hold conservative. I'm trying to make some space for him.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think there's another issue that's kind of being danced around the edges, and I just want to sort of rip the scab off, really. Most men, like the majority of men, like even myself, as I got older, I had to learn to accept this as a different like type of threat and when it comes to like women and relationships. But most men don't look at a woman who's been, engaged in the rainbow lifestyle as sort of like losing her femininity in any type of way. Whereas when it comes to men, both men and women look at men as somehow they've diminished the quality of their masculinity when they go down that road. And so there's just something intrinsically different about the two things. And this is why I'm like, when women say these things, I think, and I'm going out on a limb. This is something I think about. I ponder these theories every now and then, but I think women understand it, and it's a power move, and that's why they promote that stuff, because ultimately it does weaken the quality of masculinity, and you'll have essentially a bunch of weak men and a lot of strong women.
I think it's very interesting how when we're having these conversations on these panels, right? Men will sit there and they'll come up with all type of justification statements for why X, Y, and Z, whatever. But y'all will consistently tell women how the majority of women think when y'all are not always totally on the mark with your ideology. Now, it's very interesting to me when I just said to Trigger Mike how that's the same feeling heterosexual women get when they are offered up or they're asked about having a threesome.
I agree with you.
Oh, I know. I'm just speaking like in a general tonality, and people are like, "Oh no, that's not true," and blah blah blah. And it's like, how are you going to tell women how they feel about a thing as if you're the authority? Now, when we're sitting here and we're having a conversation, and we were talking about the whole women wanting to be like other women. Now, I have to take Fantasy Island Girl's opinion into perspective. I have to take Island Girl Q's opinion into perspective because they're both women. So if they have a different perspective on what women are feeling, then I have to hear what they're saying and honor what they're saying because they're females. But men have to stop categorically trying to tell women how they feel and what their perspective is, because at the end of the day, y'all are not women.
Yeah,
I agree.
Fair enough. But I think hold on, wait, okay. I think Trigger Mike assessment comes from what is more likely to occur, pushback, anecdotally, TV, society. If a man tells you, "Hey, Robbie, I got this bag, trying to see what you're trying to do," even if you was right, he thinking it's a possibility. It don't work the opposite way, is what he's saying. He's saying like it don't work for men that way. Okay. Even if, because I agree with you, I think straight women are definitely turned off by they like, oh hell, I agree with that actually. That's why I think a good amount of women are actually they're a little bit where that I think a good amount of them are, and that's why money can move, and that's why women will say, I didn't want to do these things, I just tried it for you. Now maybe you're saying, oh, they lying, they didn't want to try it, you just had enough to encourage. I don't know, right? But I agree with you. Straight women feel the exact same way straight men do. I agree 100%. And men, we just because we men, we want to believe as we see more women get turned out, so-called, than so guys could be. But I do believe you. I've seen straight women's face, and they mean that stuff.
Yeah.
So you think that that men are really not, it's not going down for a paycheck? Because there's a whole genre
I don't think it's going down for a paycheck because.
What about gay for pay? Because there's plenty of men that are gay for pay.
I don't think that's a thing.
Can I add to what will be said, Aaron?
Yes, they are.
Okay, me, when I think about a woman that's gay and a man that's gay, the reason why you got the taboo of the gay part, because it's feminine. When you think about the acts of people being gay, that's why I don't really consider, I consider women gay naturally. When you think about the word gay, when you see men acting in a feminine form, that's the reason why we kind of like, it's kind of like more serious. Like if your son come turn out to be gay to your
okay,
daughter. Okay, so it like what the hood conservative was saying, it takes away that masculinity. And when you think about, man, this shit is
So about I agree with the idea that he's thinking, but then when you go back to think about it, the masculinity, these masculine men are now saying they want women to eat their assholes, and when they're doing that, they're very feminine in those in the way that they're moaning and
I
making
don't know
noises
no
and-
masculine men that will admit to that.
Don't dive us into
Okay,
your world,
I
Fantasy
disagree.
Island girl. We know nothing about
I'm not diving you into anything.
See what I mean about the danger? This is dangerous knowledge that men don't want to learn.
What you mean it's dangerous?
I'm not
knowledge
attacking
men
any
don't want to
man.
know. Dwayne
I'm not
Wade
attacking
came
any
out.
Damn. Oh shit. Back. I'm laid back because I was in the back of the chat.
But
Now-
this is the thing.
I'm
Go
not
ahead,
talking
go
about
ahead,
you,
Aaron.
man. I was
But it's still fantasy is still capped though, because all this stuff been going on. Like I hate the fake outrage conversation. Like all dudes
No.
that's gay, not feminine either. It's some
That's
dudes
what I'm saying.
that's
But-
super masculine in the military, everything. But you won't know unless
I
they-
know. I'm in the military. I
No, I'm
know.
not talking to you. I'm talking in general because we keep separating, having separate conversations like we inventing this stuff like it's not going around us, like it hasn't been going on around us. It's dudes who
I don't think
they
it's-
like women eating they whatever, licking their ass and all that shit. They do it in porn. Like it's like
yo, this
I
feud is-
know. And when I see that, it doesn't look masculine to me. When the guy is receiving that, it doesn't look masculine to me. It looks feminine. And I think that a lot of
That's the same point I just made, isn't it? Though.
but I was agreeing with you that people are seeing these things as feminine. So when he is a masculine man and he sticks it in a man, he still feels like he has dominated also a man. He doesn't feel like he has been feminized or emasculated. He doesn't feel any of these things. He feels like I'm the strongest man. I can dominate these women and I can dominate these men, and you can get it. Anyone. And he's gonna give it. So I just don't agree with that idea that they are naturally gonna be feminine because they have sex with men.
Wait, can I say something?
I have a question.
Can I say one
Go
thing?
ahead, Q.
JP, you don't want to play this money war. You know my money's long. We know you broke. So please don't waste your baby's money on me because I'm gonna come up every time. Sorry, Robbie. Continue.
So Fantasy Island girl, what you're saying is the ones that are on top, they're the masculine ones, but the ones that like they receive, those are the ones that's feminine.
More often than not, the masculine men, the ones that are firm in their masculinity, they aren't comfortable switching. The feminine men are trying to convince these masculine men to start switching because they feel like they should be able to pleasure them in that way also and help them learn how to experience that, but they will not. Some of them are still having sex with men and they will not let them go in the back door. They will not.
Interesting. This is crazy.
And they are having that argument to try to change that mindset. But
I don't know how we got here.
Tops and bottoms.
Wait. I had a question. I have a question. I'm about to bring it back to the topic. I'm about to be
No more questions. I'm afraid of your questions after the last couple ones.
Be very afraid. You know what it gives already.
All that
So do you
background noise.
think that?
Hold on one sec, Robbie. Everybody, please mute in between if y'all got crazy background noise. Because if you're not a content creator, y'all tend to have horrible panel etiquette.
Auntie Jerry.
But do you think that the commentary that you brought about how women are, just giving rim jobs to dudes, that being pushed into the forefront, do you think that that is a product of a feminist agenda to emasculate men as a whole?
I think the gay men are pushing that agenda that men like. You don't even know what men like. We please men better than you. You don't know what they want. We know that the men like to do, like when you do the rim thing. So women are like, oh, well, I could do that too. He just never told me he liked that. Let me try it. Or he liked when I stick my finger in there. So women are like, oh, He never told me that. I could do that too. So they're trying to stick their finger in there with their long ass claws.
Oh
They're
my
trying to
God.
stick their
Okay.
fingers in
Okay.
there.
All right.
Oh, that hurt. That seemed like that hurt.
Damn.
Doesn't it sound nasty? Yeah.
We don't want to be immersed into y'all world.
Okay.
Pineapple.
Trigger.
Pineapples.
Okay.
Jesus.
It's not
Are
my
you
world. I
serious?
haven't been with a gay man or a bi man.
Y'all know too
so-
much. Y'all know
Why?
too
Why
much.
would you? Why?
I don't want to understand this.
Then your fingers gonna be stinking. That's
Like, don't you be
You
afraid
see it,
you
you
might
sure?
get a poo on your finger.
This world sound like it hurt. That's all I got.
Right?
I don't know.
I be too nervous, lad. I can't do nothing. I can't even touch my husband.
Sound like it's a lot of drugs involved. in
I'm
this,
doing
man.
regular ass missionary for the rest of my life because of y'all ass. No, fuck that.
Girl,
Regular
I
mission.
don't
See?
want to back from the
There's
back
the
no
pushback.
more. I'm done.
I'm about to be a whole square out here. I'm not doing
But I
it.
don't
Like,
like
you know
nothing
you're
in my
already a
backside
square.
either. So I understand those men that are like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So I couldn't even advocate for it. It doesn't make sense to me either. I don't want your tongue back there. I don't want your nothing back there. There's nothing for you back there. Nothing.
Me
So
either.
those men that think like me, I understand them. I don't even feel offended when they're like, this girl trying to stick her finger in my ass. I'm like, she violated you. That's where I'm at. Because if a man does it to me, I'm like, this man tried to stick his finger in my ass. It's the same. I understand him. Like, no.
Wait. I think I'm sorry. If a woman does that to a man, I think that's gay. I
think she's gay?
I know what y'all gonna say. It's being done by a woman. It's not gay. But if a man is wanting that something in him, I'm sorry. To me, is kind of gay.
To me,
Everything's
too.
gay though.
I don't know why.
That's not
I'm
missionary.
with you on that.
Quentin
And
looks
not
intrigued
only
right
that, as soon as y'all break up, she gonna tell everybody you gay.
He like it in his asshole. He gay.
I mean, yeah.
I know, bro. Listen,
Sorry, the conversation's over for me.
I'm trying to be respectful.
The closed-mindedness of this panel is appalling.
That's what he looks intrigued. Look at him.
If you ain't saying that, we definitely
knew
would
it.
like that.
I knew it. Quentin was like,
I'm like, I'm not.
Don't knock it till you try it.
I'm like, what's going on here?
So y'all don't think if it's okay it's done by another woman? It's not rainbow?
No, I punch that bitch in her face.
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm just no.
I'm gonna be honest because listen,
I got weak muscles. I'm 59. The fuck?
Okay, so for me, I'm
for a few weeks ago.
Listen. I'm extremely like a vanilla guy, like simple, regular stuff. I don't all the other stuff. I'm not into. I'm most likely gonna die this way. You call me. I'm cool with where I'm at, right? I don't be trying. My mind don't be like, oh, I'm bored now. I gotta try these other things. Like I don't think like that, but I accept the fact that there are some men that may be like, man, I've been on 50 years, man. I'm about to live it up with my girl. I'm as freaky, whatever. And they may be into that. I'm not willing to make that act. I'm not willing to accuse them of something because a man could have done that as well, even though if a woman can do the same thing, that's not necessarily both the same. So I can understand both perspectives. It's just I'm not willing to just throw a man under the bus like that just because he does enjoy crazy stuff with his girl. If it's a woman, for the most part, I accept that it's a woman. I understand the other aspect, so I accept that part too. But I'm not gonna just. It depends how crazy it is. Like if he say, "Oh no, I like my girl put the little thing on," then I'm like, okay, it's getting crazy now. Like, so there's some things where I'm like, that's just mad crazy, and there's some things like he just a freak. So
exactly. I'm not pegging nobody. I think that's nasty, but I know some women like to do that. So it's like I'm not trying to judge you, but just because I'm by the
like to be a man and give a man.
No, not pretend that she pretends she is a woman, but she puts a strap on to give him anal pleasure.
Yeah, that's
I don't know how I'm supposed to say it beyond
by definition, any woman who has done that or desires to do that as a man hates men, and you seek vengeance.
But why do you say they hate men?
The man is asking for it.
Yeah, that's not her hating men if the men is wanting that being done to him.
Yeah, they're not raping these men.
Yeah.
I didn't say that word. I wasn't even making it about that. I'm just saying the psychology of it. You hate men and you want vengeance.
I'm laid back because I was in the back of the chat. Now,
And you want to sleep?
Oh, you was awake?
You
Oh, we
was
thought you was asleep.
I'm
Yo,
listening.
fucking life.
Hold on.
You see that bitch dead.
Now we gotta calm down, all right? I know this is getting. I know for the women, they want to see how men react and all this kind of stuff and all this fake outrage and all this stuff. Most of the men are like, I'm willing to entertain all conversations because that's me. But also, I know most of the men like, nah, we ain't doing this. And I'm willing to take that out from them, so I ain't got to do it. So I don't know. I don't want to go no deeper into this conversation. I've hit a wall. I've hit a wall. I've hit a wall. I don't know, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I can't do no more. I can't no more. I can't do it. Now, Quentin came up on here to talk about how you women. Conservative. So, I try to mute him. So Quentin, what you came up here to tell us about, bro?
I was just like that. I was saying what was going down. I wasn't talking about none of this. None of the stuff when I got up on here.
Yeah, I know.
I came up on here where y'all was talking about threesomes. That's what I came up here for.
Yeah, I know.
He a freak. He a freak. We
I
know.
wouldn't say a freak. That was back in that long time ago.
Eric, can
I'm normal now. No, you can't talk on TJ. This is my time to shine for the next 60 seconds. But no, I'm the whole licking the rim. It's okay as long as you're in the shower. I'm not opposed.
See, they start getting the look from other men and women. I'm glad you guys have just proved my point.
Shout out to Jack. I mean, so I agree with your point, Fantasy Island girl. Like, me and you've been we've been eye to eye on these last few points that you've been making. Because I do understand that for men, right? I always try to check my biases, right? Because I know most people are not. Like, I'm a man. Cool, right? We ain't the only ones on this planet. So I know there's different type of men. I know Thanos, when he's upset, he like, those are males, those not men, right? Guys like to do that, right? I personally don't like to do that, right? I just think there's different types and different levels of men, but they all men, whether we like to admit it or not. That's how my mind works. So when it comes to this extracurricular activities, that's not for me. I'm gonna be regular until I die. I don't care. I don't want. But I understand some men are like, man, you tripping, young blood. Wait till you get up here and you live a little bit. You ain't worried about what nobody else talk about. You're gonna live it up. Right now, you might be still worried about what people think. I'm not worried about that, but I understand there are men that like Quentin is like, bro, shower. It's up now.
I want to do it in the bed. Like, there has to be some water or something.
I get it. I get it. It's just for me. I have somewhat of a line where I go, okay, so you telling me she walk out with the equipment on and you rocking with that? Now I go, that's wild crazy to me. But other stuff that ain't got the equipment aspect involved, and it's a woman and that's your girl, y'all doing it, y'all just freaks. So I know some other men to be like, nah, bro, like they got some tendency.
Hold on. Let me ask a question. It's a fucked up question. Oh God, no. Let me ask you this though. If your homeboy, if you knew for a fact your homeboy was getting pegged down by his wife, like they've been married for years, and you knew for a fact that he was getting pegged down by her, could y'all still be homeboys the next day after you found out?
Why would you be finding out? This is a problem. Everybody put too much of their bedroom business in the street. If you is a freak, it's supposed to be in your damn bedroom. If you like all type of nasty flights of fancy, putting your face in places.
No, Robbie. I'll tell you how they find out. I'll tell you how dudes find out. Women secretly, when they get upset, they start airing this dirty laundry out. That's why you like it in the asshole, you bitch ass nigga. Like, yeah, the women tell all the men.
I'm gonna be honest.
They know better. Exactly. They know better than to go tell their straight men these freaky deaky stories, because they know they gonna get the trigger Mike side eye. And if you go too far, you're gonna get the pause. You out of here.
And look, she gonna walk right on the basketball court and tell everybody Pop's gonna go down.
I'm gonna be honest because I want to answer that question, right? If I find out somebody I'm close with that we've been homies for, and he like to do that with his girl, I'm gonna be honest with you. Unless I find out he doing it with a man, I'm not gonna just be like, nah, we can't be cool no more. Because I want to take into understanding that I could be simple-minded, right? I could be myopic in some views, and just because I think that's crazy, that's not a felony where you like, yo, you know what I mean? So like, I think it's wrong. But I understand people that feel strongly the way.
I'm just saying, I might give the nigga the side eye for the rest of my life. Like 24th, every time I see you, it's the side eye. Because it's weird after that. It's like, bro, it's something strange here.
I don't care enough to worry that way unless some other information pop up. But if that's his woman and that men can be weird. Men, like, there's not one type of men can be weird, but like, that's my girl. It's crazy, but I like dude women. Why is that so hard for me to believe when guys like the things that they like at 60 years old, they still like playing with Toy Story? That's not.
Well, no. If that's the thing, when those other things pop up, you won't be surprised anymore. If you hear that, he been getting pegged by his woman, and then you hear about all this extra craziness, it's gonna be like, oh, well, yeah, it makes sense.
I think I agree with Aaron a lot. The only thing I disagree, like the only time I would probably say I don't want to deal with that person anymore is if we're established that we're friends and you're trying to cross those boundaries. Now, like you're throwing out that you did this. Now you're trying to hit on me. Now you're trying to do these things, trying to imply things. You're making me uncomfortable. But if he doesn't start making me uncomfortable, or she doesn't start making me uncomfortable, like women that start trying to explore, if she doesn't start making me uncomfortable, we could still be cool. I don't care. But once you cross that line, we're not going to be friends because you're going to be hurt that I'm not trying to fuck you. I'm not trying to do that with you.
Aaron, may I ask you a question?
I like both.
Now I heard this new caveat about what they out here doing. So, and it goes like this. It's called a golden shower.
That doesn't
Where the woman like
you don't know. You just be talking for shock value.
Would you do it?
Who?
Would I do what?
I'm not peeing on nobody, and ain't nobody peeing. I'm very vanilla in the bed. I want to dress cute, but nobody's peeing on me. Nobody's doing no anal. None of I don't like none of that stuff.
Well, a lot of ladies like it.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
How we get here from when we was talking about women and their beauty standards, and then
people nasty.
How we get here?
People nasty.
I'm
gonna go back and watch this. There's some people who haven't said a word and are very curious as to what's going on because they don't want to let their secrets slip out. I'm taking
Raw Beezy just over there smiling.
Don't be trying to clock them. Don't be trying to clock them.
Y'all talking a whole bunch of.
Quentin let you know he was that way, but Robbie be like, well,
I just said one thing.
I'm just sitting here listening to what the heck y'all got going on because there's a whole bunch of hot mess to me. Like, shoot,
I don't be volunteering, but at one time she asked, and I was like, we was in the shower. And I was like, let's see what's going on.
Did she? No, legit. Did she? And then stick her tongue in there?
No, not me. No.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Sorry.
Nice, man.
Fantasy item was like, oh my god. No, absolutely not. That's weird.
I was just asking because I my mind thinks it's nasty, but that's just how some men think about men having sex with each other. They're just, I don't care. It's not affecting me at all. But
it doesn't affect me. So I'm not bothered by it because it doesn't affect me.
Yeah, I don't never ask men like, hey, tell me how.
I think the best way that you can describe men getting uncomfortable around gay men is like you don't get it. You scared that you might like it. That's why you're uncomfortable. When you're around cokeheads, you're not uncomfortable about that because you know you ain't gonna do coke.
Facts.
That's
literally why I don't do coke, though. No, because the shit's addictive. I don't know if that really relates to the gay argument, though. That's not the same argument at all.
Yes, it is.
I don't
You're
know.
not scared of doing coke, so it doesn't make you uncomfortable. But you scared you might be gay, so you uncomfortable as shit.
No, Quentin, that's actually Quentin. That's a pretty good point. Like, I don't know. When you work in corporate America, you're going to be around all different types of people. So I've been around people. I've been working with people. I'm cool with people. It really doesn't bother me, right? But they also don't do things like, oh, he fine. Like they don't start doing that stuff to where I'm like, all right, like it's chill, like they just been regular people. But I guess when you change into an environment, like when it starts to get, adult conversations, if it ain't something that like guys can get down with, they don't want to have a conversation. So I don't blame them for that, because what women want to talk about stuff that they don't want to talk about. I mean, Quinn, that's a good point. I'm definitely not uncomfortable around potheads, drug addicts, alcoholic people, because I don't do none of that stuff, and I don't think they can influence me to do it.
Don't get
But that's a good point. I do think this particular conversation is more parameters around why men react the way that they react. There's certainly other points, but I do agree that could be it. They might think that. Well, I don't know if they think they're going to like it. I think that they think they're supposed to be disgusted by it. Maybe it's a natural fight back or environmental socializing thing. I don't know. But I mean, I guess once you're around somebody and it's not as weird, like you have to hang out with a black guy that's not violent, that went to Harvard, for you to be like, oh, I like this type of black guy. So you could say, oh, I like this type of gay guy, maybe. I don't know, hypothetically. Like,
that's so much pause. So much
I think
pause.
people
But let me
like people based on who they are as individuals. I think a lot of people do too much talking about their bedroom behavior. Like, honestly, what you do in your bedroom, it should not be broadcasted to everybody in the whole World Wide Web. Like, people real free with it, and then wonder why people be looking at them in the space of judgment. I have friends that they couldn't tell you anything about anything, because really and truly it's not their business. And I couldn't tell you anything about anything that they do in their bedroom either, because it's simply not my business. How are you uncomfortable because other people express their sexuality in a manner that is comfortable to them? That is off the rails insane to me.
Yeah, like I said, it's in conversation though. Like, so like if someone says something, it's different from you seeing it, right? There are a lot of women that are afraid of needles, right? I can't be a phlebotomist because I can't take blood. The sight of blood makes me hyperventilate and want to pass out, right? So for men, you could say something and like, hey, whatever, man, live your life. But if you start doing something in front of us and things like that, it changes dynamics. But I just think for men, the reason why women get on our nerves, because y'all want to talk about stuff we don't give a goddamn care about. Now, if y'all talk about stuff we into, y'all talk about stuff we want to talk about, let's get into it. But to come over here and start talking about other things that we not into, like this, that, and Joe and that, no. So it's men are men.
But Aaron, you're denying the trigger mic of the men.
Wait. I want to ask y'all something. Do you ladies agree that sex is an act of dominance?
What? Your mic is pretty bad.
I'm sorry. Do you agree that sex is an act of dominance?
No. Is sex an act of dominance for you? Like, sex is supposed to be like a loving spiritual connection. Like, is that what it is for you?
I dominate it every single time. That's what it is. Every time, all the time. You have to dominate it. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I'm submissive every single time. I'm never switching roles. But that's why you're saying for men?
He's submissive, so you don't get on top and do the little bouncy.
Even when I'm on top, he's still thrusting. So he still has control. He's still dominant.
Let me watch.
Yeah, I don't.
So then you do agree that sex is not about.
I think it's dominant for men and submissive for women. Like I've never dominated, but there are some women that do dominate their men in the bed. So dominance and submission is in sex every time. Someone's the dominant, someone's the submissive.
I'm not as well versed in this atmosphere as y'all, so I don't look at it like dominance and non-dominance thing. I just look at it like you guys are attracted to each other and you guys enjoy this process. I don't look at now. I understand there are doms, there are submissives. Like
every occurrence
I'm not
doesn't
as
look
advanced as that.
Every
So
occurrence doesn't look
That's
the
my
same
thing.
though. Like sometimes like she do it, and sometimes you gotta like grab her up and be like,
so like I like women that are like more assertive, like when they're talking and grabby things like that. But as far as other things beyond the da or things like come here or whatever the case is, I'm not into whatever that other stuff y'all talk about, the dominant woman stuff. No, I don't know what that is, but no.
But that is part of it, though. So you do like part of it because you don't have to go to the thing like that. Yeah,
but it's not
some men
dominant.
want you to not
it's
be like that in
dominant.
bed.
It's an assertive thing. Like I
Mhm.
like, I like an assertive woman in that aspect. But dominant, I don't understand how that work, and I'm not in that world. And you ain't got to tell me how to work. I don't care. I do not.
Yeah,
care.
Aaron's vanilla, so he doesn't care.
I do not care.
Hey, like it's just that's such a violent terminology when we talking about in the bed. Like,
You think it sounds violent?
It does. I swear to God, I was just thinking a woman who's sexually dominant sounds like we about to fight.
No, that's not it. It's like a role you're playing, just like how you role play, right? This could be something dominant, right? Whereas you're laying down, you're in a chair, and she wants to please you. You don't have to do anything. That's her being dominant, right? Her taking that role. Like it doesn't have to be like a raw, she's choking, she's slapping you. No, she's wanting to please you. So you sit down, lay down, be a starfish, and she can please you. That's a way of showing dominance.
Tying you up, covering your eyes, so you take away that dominance because you don't have that. You lose that sense of awareness when your eyes are covered. So that's another way of dominance.
No, that's weakness. No, you see, you want to dominate me. This is why I said it feels like an aggression. Just the idea of a woman who's sexually dominant feels like an aggression.
Okay.
I understand you.
But there are aggression in some women. I mean,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, his stroke game got a week. It is.
No, wait. Look at the picture.
Look at his posture. Look at his.
No, look at the picture. Who's that?
You right. I don't take offense to that. Ladies, stay away from me. You don't want this weak stroke game. Yeah, you got it.
Y'all foul for that picture.
But this is the thing. So even if your man is giving you the business, like you ain't throwing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. You just taking it.
Yeah, I am, but I'm still.
Girls be trying to like throw it back.
Daddy,
like,
I'm still. He tells me,
Stop.
I do what he says.
And sometimes men think that's a woman that's lazy fucking. Like some men don't.
I'm not doing that.
Starfish. What's up, Daly?
What's going on?
You're not just a pillow princess because you're submissive in bed. You do what he says, and that's the pleasure that you get out of it.
It has to be a mission that I come in with the submission. I'm just kidding.
Hey, stupid.
No, think of it like a movie, and you're the director, and she really wants this job.
Yes, that's a very I like that analogy.
You just got super. Your boobs are out 24/7. Can you wear like a turtleneck next
Minute,
time you get on?
I'm not. These are my outfits for the panels. These are my Fantasy Island girl outfits. It's Fantasy Island.
He's
Be strong in front of the titties, brother. Be strong in front of the titties.
Be strong. I believe in you.
Y'all always mention it like y'all don't like and y'all can't digitally jump. You know what? They make money digitally. Never mind. Because that stuff really move people. I don't know what it is, but
I'm a colorist.
You're you know what? That's why the show gotta end. All because
good night.
All because
why, y'all?
Of you. All because of you. Okay. We gotta go. Okay. Q, make sure you let them know the famous way that you tell them we gotta go.
Okay, bye.